مين إرهابي 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 أنت إرهابي مين 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 إرهابي أنت إرهابي مين إرهابي أنا إرهابي كيف إرهابي وأنا عايش ببلادي مين إرهابي أنت إرهابي ماكلني وأنا عايش ببلادي قتلني زي ما تلت اجدادي اجل القانون على الفاضي ما انت يا عدو بتلعب دور الشاهد المحامي والقاضي علي قاضي نهايتي بادي حلمك انقل فوق معنى آلية حلمك لآلية تصير بالمقابر اختارية ديمقراطية والله انكم ناسية من كتر ما اغتصبتوا النفس العربية حبلت ولدت ولد اسمه عملية انفجارية وهنا ديتنا ارهابية يعني ضربتني وبكيت سبقتني واشتكيت لما ذكرتك انك بديت نطيت وحكيت ما انتوا بتخلوا ولاد صغار يرموا حجار ما لهمش اهل يدبوهم بالدار ايش كنو نسيت انه سلاحك ضب الاهل تحت الحجار وهلا لما وجعي صار بتناديني ارهابي
مين ارهابي؟ انا ارهابي كيف ارهابي وانا عايش في بلادي مين ارهابي؟ انت ارهابي ماكلني وانا عايش في بلادي
ليش ارهابي؟ عشان دمي مش هادي حامي عشان رافع راسي وارض بلادي قتلوا حبايبي انا لحالي اهلي اتشردوا راح اضل انادي انا مش ضد السلام السلام ضدي علي بده يهدي تراثي بده يمحي واللي بيحكي كلمه بيشد ورا همه بيكون زلمه تعملوا منه رمه ومين انتو لسه امتى كبرتوا اطلعوا قديش قتلتوا قديش شتمتوا امياتنا بيبكوا ابياتنا بيشكوا اراضينا بيخطفوا انا بقولكم مين انتو كبرتوا في دلع احنا كبرنا في فقر مين كبر في وسع ومين كبر في جحر صار في داعي عملتوا منه اجرامي وانت يا ارهابي بتناديني ارهابي
مين ارهابي؟ انا ارهابي كيف ارهابي وانا عايش ببلادي مين ارهابي؟ انت ارهابي ماكلني وانا عايش ببلادي انت ببطل ارهابي لما تضربني كف واعطيك خد تاني كيف تتوقع مني اشكر اللي اتاني تعرف ايش انت قولي كيف دكياني راكع ركبي وايدي مربطات عيون بالارض وجثث مزتتات بيوت مهدومه عائلات مشردات اطفال يتيمه حريه بكلبشات انت امر انت قتل احنا بنقبر ما علينا بنصبر وجعنا بنستر اهم شي انك تحس بامان تريح وتسيب لنا الالام ما هو دمنا دم كلاب حتى لا لما الكلب يموت في الرفق بالحيوان يعني دمنا ارخص من دم الكلاب لا دمي غالي راح ادافع عن حالي لو تناديني ارهابي
مين إرهابي 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 أنت إرهابي
The lies. There you go. Lies. Bitch. The lies.
Thank you, StreamYard. In the last couple weeks, specifically, I have seen so many lies. I can't keep them all straight. It's just so many lies and so little compassion, even for your own friends. I mean, like, it's unbelievable. I don't know where to start. I've been keeping to myself. The last couple weeks, I have just tried to not even watch the news. To me, the only news there is Palestine. So I've been trying not to watch because for my health, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot just to see the genocide happening in my lifetime. I mean, outward genocide. The genocide's been happening for longer than I've been living, and not just in Palestine, but this particular genocide has been going on for over 75 years. And I've watched all the lies. I've watched all the people around me be confused and brainwashed with propaganda, Israeli and Zionist propaganda. And I've had to live with it, and it's just shaped me. It shaped me. The reason why I'm here started with Palestine. And let's be clear. It started with the lies on the news decades ago. Decades ago. I didn't even know how many lies there were. I thought maybe some of it was truth and some of it was lies. There's like maybe 2% that's truth, and the rest of it is lies. Over the years, I've learned more and learned more. And even in this latest, I've learned more than I knew before. Like when my dad used to say that Palestinians and Jews were friends, he meant ethnic Jews, the ones who belong there in historic Palestine. They were friends. I've even seen online here about how we used to babysit each other's children. I mean, there was no problem between us, to speak of. There's always problems between neighbors, no matter where you live, but there were no problems. Everybody respected everybody. Everybody respected everybody's right to be there. And when the whole world was saying no to Ashkenazi Jews from Europe coming over, except for the United States, Palestine accepted them. Palestine saw what happened to them in Germany, and Palestine accepted that they needed a place to live and didn't prevent them from moving there. Big mistake. Big mistake. But Palestinians, both Arabs and Jews, Palestinians accepted them to come in. They didn't know that it would be like a virus, because Zionism was written in, put together in 1897. And they already intended on doing this, over 100 years ago. They've been doing it. They do it sometimes in fast spurts, and then sometimes slowly. It's like that song in West Side Story. Play it cool, boy. Play it real cool. And then every once in a while, a guy jumps up and goes, pow, boom, because he can't hold himself back. That's the way Israelis are. They just want the Palestinians dead. And they will lie and cheat and steal and rape and do anything possible to make that happen. They just want them dead. They want them gone off the land that they stole from them. And then they expect them not to fight back. And then they own all the fucking media, and every Western bit of media that you see, unless it's on YouTube, let's say, every bit of Western media you see is lies and propaganda. There are documentaries showing how the Zionists have infiltrated with their lobbies into the UK and into the US, and they've done it in pretty much every Western country, but there's documentaries showing how they do it. But nobody wants to see that. It's like the skreets here. People lie to you, and you take it and run with the story, even though you know a liar told it to you, even though the liar said, I'm always honest with my shit. But you still take that story and you run with it, go to other channels, and spread that virus of a lie. It's just one defamation after another, constantly. And I've been watching more than ever. I mean, I knew it after I came here 2 years ago, which, by the way, yesterday was my anniversary. I didn't find the pan of life. The pan of life found me. But I stumbled into the panel life 2 years ago yesterday. And you guys who are all saying, oh yeah, I was fighting before with PDF by like 3 years ago. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Not this fight. This fight is less than 2 years. I know a lot about when things happened if it's within the last 2 years. And so many of you get it wrong. And I understand why, because 1 week on here feels like a month. Time is completely fucked up on YouTube because we spend so much time here. It's like meeting a guy you know, or a guy you like, and then spending every day with him for the next week. All of a sudden, you think, okay, well, I'm ready to move in with him now. Because that week had so much talking and sharing and everything that you feel like you've known each other for months. And it's the same thing on YouTube. But you guys are getting your times wrong. If it happened within the last 2 years, ask me. If I was paying attention to that story, I'll tell you how long ago it was. In 3 months, it will be Ruru's 2-year anniversary, but I don't know. She only pops up on random, well, specific random like specific panels randomly. So I haven't talked to her for the last few weeks. I don't know. She was getting out of hand with her appearances, and I told her so. And I guess she didn't like that. Or she counts me in with the fuckery. Or she uses me for her purposes. And then, because I know she doesn't really ask me about my life or anything. So we're not friends. But I care about her, and I care about her outcome. And I noticed that the streets have stopped mentioning her for the most part. People are mentioning her storage, pretending like they're living in it, pretending like it's Rue's storage. It's Nunzio's storage, obviously. I mean, isn't it a Las Vegas company? Why would Ruru put her stuff in a Las Vegas storage? So hopefully they are doing well. I know things, but I don't want to say them out loud because at the time I was sworn to secrecy, but sometimes she comes out and she just says shit. So I don't know what she said that I've missed, but I know that there were good things in the hopper for them. So I'm hoping all that's working out. I've been enjoying, sometimes been enjoying Katie's streams. Not for the reasons most of you are. I don't like all the defamation. I don't like all the lies. But I popped into her stream today and told her that I liked her painting stream yesterday. I watched her painting streams. They were nice. I wish she'd do more. I'd love to know her as an artist. She's got my name, so I'd like her to make that name a better name. But she's entertaining. I mean, as if you don't take her seriously, she's quite fun to watch. And I don't know if it's her keyboard or her mouse has these ASMR sounds I just love. I went looking for them for ASMR. Not, that ASMR. I mean the ASMR sounds. They're really cool sounds. Like, I can't replicate it, but it's a cool sound when she's quiet and then you hear the clicking of the mouse or her keyboard. I don't know which. But anyway, I like that. Rebel. I think I figured out that his shtick is to act like he takes everything seriously. But I know that he's above all that. I've seen him. We've all seen him be wise, Rebel. And be above, he can laugh at a lot more shit than he lets on. So I'm not worried about him. I go in there and I'll press like, but lately he's been spouting off, negative shit. So I don't go in there because that's bad news. He might turn it on me and I don't feel like getting all that negative negativity. He's been really nice to me, though. Last month or so, he's been quite nice to me. So I'm just strategic as to when I let him know I'm there. But I know he can see who likes and who doesn't like. You must have some kind of app that tells him when or who's liking his stuff. And when I like something, it gives two likes. I think because I have another account tied to mine. So when I say I like something, it gives 2 likes. So I'm special that way. Although I just gave you away my secret, though. So look at this. 7 people in here, not one person said hi. I haven't seen any of you in over a month. You can't even say hello. Like, who are your parents? Don't teach you anything nice at all, do they? You guys are so horrible to each other. Really? Now Tommy and Mr. P are seeing what it's like. They got handled, they got groomed, and now this is part of the grooming. It's kind of like what PDF does. When PDF will bring you onto his panel when you're new, and he'll make you feel all comfortable, and then you do one thing that he doesn't like, that's against his ego, that hurts his ego. By the way, don't mind the clock, it's broken, so I set it for 11 o'clock. He'll push away that person. He did it with Danny, he did it with Joe, he did it with Jason, he did it with Citizen Zed, he did it with all kinds of people. He pushes them away and then waits for them to crawl back. Now, this crowd, which I kind of view like a biker club lately, it's kind of like Sons of Anarchy. More like the Mayans, really, given who's in charge, or at least who's the figurehead. He's not in charge, but he's the figurehead. They do it a little bit different, but they will pull that person in close, give them presents, make them feel like they're on the cool team. Hey, you're new to this school. Come hang out with us. We're the cool crowd. We'll teach you all the tricks and stuff. They'll keep all the really cool tricks themselves, but they'll teach you tricks and show you how to control the crowd. And like Tommy, he's just like me, he just comes to talk. He's not trying to build some empire. Mr. P, however, does fancy himself as a leader. I think Mrs. P is a much better leader. But, he's got some good artistic ways about him. He's made his show his own. That whole thing with the introducing people with the music, I think that's pretty cool. It does interrupt who's talking, but if he doesn't do it too loud, and some people just keep on talking over top of it anyway now that they're used to it, I think it's pretty good. And as long as he doesn't do it too long. He's pretty mean, that he likes to kick people while they're talking, and he gets off on hurting people or watching other people hurt people. You can't, just like I learned in school. You didn't learn this in school. I learned this in school, and I'm pretty slow when it comes to this shit. If you see somebody treating somebody else like shit, chances are eventually they're going to treat you like shit too. You didn't know that? Mr. P tried to say that, certain people were giving him the backstory on people. Bullshit. He's gaslighting you and programming you and grooming you to say, this one's a cool kid. We talk to this one, but we don't talk to this one. You see that happening, and then you're surprised that they fuck with you. That a leader should be a little bit more smart, right? So Mrs. P can see through about, I'd say, from my perspective, I'd say she sees through about 80-85% of it. I mean, she's not new, but she's new to this whole, building an empire thing. And she's pretty smart. She stopped talking to me. I think she banned me or whatever you call it. Blocked me. I haven't been to Discord for a few weeks, but last time I saw her, she'd blocked me. Because the way that I was arguing with her about something, I thought I was being really nice, actually. But the way I was arguing with her, she's got so much to put up with. And now that I find out their living situation is a problem, obviously she's under a lot of stress. So I forgive her. She doesn't know me, so she doesn't know what's behind what I'm saying. Because, I'm probably one of the, I'm not going to say the only, but definitely one of the only authentic people here. For real. And I don't need a chorus behind me going, yeah, boss, yeah, you're right. I proved it over 2 years. I proved it. In 2 years, you would have seen me lapse out of my LARPing or something if I was LARPing. I am a bona fide, honest to goodness, genuine, decent human being. Not perfect, but compared to you people, pretty much a fucking angel. And I get treated like shit. And even when people like Shelly, who I've stuck up for, I'm going to say stuck up for, but really I've used her as an example of someone who gets gatekeeped against, right? As well as myself, of course. But I never get brought up when they're bringing up the list of victims. Nobody says, oh, you treated Miss Cat really badly, or you treated Sweetleaf really badly. Nobody ever says that. Nobody puts me on that list. In one way, I'm glad, because I'm not really part of the drama. I just watch the drama and get caught. I get swept up when the bullies go, oh, did you say something about me? We can't get triggered. They get triggered all the time, and they call that a show. So, so in one way, I'm glad, because I don't want to be listed with all the drama people. But at the same time, I have been thrown out under that bus many, many, many times. And not once has any of them, Huckleberry or, I just said her name, Anarchic Chick or Roo or any of them, said anything to say, you treated Miss Cat badly. You treated Sweetleaf badly. You shouldn't have done this to her. She's a nice person. Nobody, not one of you. Not one of you. But I continue to do things like when Katie is spouting off about Rebel and all that stuff, I stay out of it. It's just a show to me. I'm just watching a show. But when I saw her painting yesterday, I went in to go tell her how much I liked her painting, and I could hear her on her stream saying that people were making fun of her painting. I don't know why. I thought it was really cool. I thought the fact that she was studying up on it and showing us how she, what she does to we didn't actually see her make the paint, but telling us how she makes the paint and how she has preferences. I mean, she really, I don't know if she makes money from it, but she's pretty professional, I think. So I'd like to see more of that. And so I went in there and I said it because it's something positive I can say. I just keep out of the negative stuff. Mr. Bird. That was a big disappointment. Huge. Seriously. I don't know. I don't want to give up. I hate giving up on people. I so hate giving up on people. There's that saying, if people show you who they are, that's who they are. But on YouTube, people are not showing really who they are. They're only showing one piece of who they are. So I try to fill in the blanks with something nice. But I've seen some demon behavior. Holy shit, around Tommy, it was like, oh, I don't have the clip on here. Do I have the clip? Hold on, let me make sure I'm not making that noise. Do I have the clip of the demon faces? No. I didn't put it in this file. I've uploaded it. Remember those demon faces on Devil's Advocate? The wives, they like, for a second, they just sort of smile and all those demon teeth would come out. That's what it's like watching Tommy D's stream, or it was up until the last couple of shows. That's what it was like. And he likes being pushed around by them. It's probably a sexual thing, I don't know. But then he seems genuinely hurt. He seemed genuinely hurt. So I don't think he's acting. I think he's just a regular person. And I think people are being really hard on him. You know, so many of you are rotten, rotten people. I'm not going to say to the core because I hate to think that way, but it seems that way. So many of you are just being such demons. And you don't realize that you're puppets. The oligarchy made you this way from all the shit that you watch, all the music you listen to, all the movies you watch, all the video games you play. They've groomed you into being a demon, and you just play your part. You want to be mad at the world because the world treated you badly or shit didn't work out for you. And so you go and mirror that and become a demon instead of being the change that you want to see. It's not going to change unless you be that change. You need to be that change. Each and every one of us needs to be that change. I can only take care of me. You guys have to take care of your own selves as far as changing to be that better world. But if all you focus on is all the fuckery, then that's all that's going to happen to you is the fuckery. I have a video to play later on that hopefully will change that for one or two of you. Hopefully it'll make you think anyway. I've got a few videos to play, but I'm planning on this being a little while. But seeing as how most of my audience is from the drama sector, I figured I'd tackle this first. And nobody's saying anything, so I don't know what that means. If it means you agree, it means you're waiting for me to say something you can clip and then make fun of. You know, I never went against Bird. Like, I never came for Bird, even though I've seen him do some horrible things. And y'all just say, oh, it's just words. Yet, Bird knows it's not just words. Bird tells y'all it's not just your words. Then he flips the switch and then he goes back into his word war. He's very good at it, and he's very entertaining. When you guys are making fun of yourselves, it's cool. It's just ribbing. When you make fun of people who aren't playing your game, that's cruel. And you think that being cruel is funny. You think that ripping people down is funny. Your way of having fun is to tear somebody's view of themselves to shreds. That's the way that you consider fun a happy thing for you. And I heard it brought up on Mr. P's, and it's been brought up many, many times. The word for the street is schadenfreude. You enjoy taking people apart, making them feel worse about themselves. People who are not out there creating companies, they're not out there feeding the world at that moment. They're here because they don't know where else to be. They want to be heard, they want to be seen, or they want to have an effect. And this is where people have chosen to come, including me. When I got here 2 years ago, I was having a similar, not the same, but a similar problem to Mr. P. I was this close to getting kicked out and being on the street. At my age, in my health, that's a death sentence. And it's very scary. So, but I was also in the middle of, as I still am, probably will be for the rest of my life, in the middle of my spiritual awakening. And I was testing things out. And I realized how to make miracles happen. And I did it twice with my living situation specifically. Once before I came here and once after I got here. But while I was first here, there were so many demons waiting to take me apart. For what? I haven't done anything to anyone. In 2 years of being here, I have never been mean to anyone. And me getting angry was in response to what other people were doing to me. I didn't go after them. I just responded to them. And I can come up with names for people. Hey, slow burner. What's the O really? Yeah. Oh, well, slow burner. You want to say what you mean, or you just want to sit there and troll? Because I'm not in the mood for your garbage. I unbanned you, but maybe I shouldn't have. What's lies? I've not told one lie to anyone here. Not one lie. No, you're not responding to me. You're just calling me. You're just saying shit out there with nothing to back it up. What lie? I never lied to you or anybody. So what am I lying about? Oh, I thought that was water dripping, but it's not. It's the clock. It's still, the second hand's still going, so I can still hear it, but it's not moving. So I'm taking it that either it's taking you a while to write it, or you don't have anything to say. So I'll go on. With Bird, a long time ago, like a year and a half ago maybe, he said something about, he was talking about how he's mean and he's rotten, and that to remember you causing a problem. Okay, so again, nothing to say, just broad accusations. It took you this long just to write that? So he said he's mean, he's no good, he's going to hell and all this stuff. And I was fairly new, didn't realize just how much acting goes on here. And I thought he was serious, and maybe he was. And I came out of the shadows being this meek little mouse, afraid of getting piled on just even in a comment. And this was like the comment after this live stream had gone on. And I said, it's not too late for you. I wanted him to know. I didn't even know how wise he was. I just wanted him to know that he doesn't have to, I don't believe in hell, but he doesn't have to give up. There's plenty of time for him to turn these things around. He doesn't have to be like this. That was the first comment I ever made to him. And I wrote him a letter, which he then shared with lots of people. What an asshole. But he didn't put it out there for everybody to see, just the main bullies that he hung around with. And I think it was him who said, don't show this to other people. So I thought, there's some kindness. So I just built on all the good things I saw about him. And I saw him say horrible, horrible things about Teresa, and I can't remember who else. But, just unfair things. And then he got targeted by weeded people, and I saw him going after them. And I thought, well, I really don't like this calling CAS on people. Not just because of the fuck assholes, fuck shit assholes here, but because the children didn't ask for parents who are stupid enough to do what they do here on YouTube. And they get terrorized by some stranger coming into their home, asking them questions about their home life, of being afraid of their parents in case their parents are too strong with them and are going to give them shit for what they tell the CAS people, CPS, whatever you want to call it. And just the idea that their house can be breached like that. It's such an invasion of privacy. And when that happened to AC and when it happened to Bird and whomever else, I get really angry for the children. I get hardly any. It was me who was the first one to bring up the point about the children being the victims of this shit. And then other people pick that up. But hardly ever is it the children that anybody's getting upset about. Just truth. You like it better when you're blocked? When it's for what? You haven't said anything, slow burner. All you've done is just be a nuisance. So I thought to myself, Bird knows the right way. He knows the right difference between right and wrong. He even just recently gave a talk. Nobody said anything about it that I've heard of, but he said, and I don't know if it's true or not, that he was in the hospital and he was infirmed for a long time. I don't know, maybe I'm getting mixed up with somebody else. I'm pretty sure it was him. And he couldn't move or do anything. Am I getting mixed up with Angel or somebody else? Don't take this story for fact, especially because Bird said it. But I might not be right about this. I might be conflating people's stories. But he was in the hospital, or he couldn't do for himself, and he learned a sort of a spiritual way. I don't know that he put it that way. I think I was putting that way in my head, but he's quite wise. He knows the difference between right and wrong. He knows the wise way of things. A lot of times nobody's perfect, and he chooses to ruin people. It's not, the words that you use are spells, just like Bird said. They are spells. And you take somebody who's got a wound and you open it up and stir around and wait, make that wound wider and wider until that person is just bleeding all over the stage. That is entertainment. That's not entertainment at all. I love the clever put downs. I love language. I love people who are really great at using their language. I'm drawn to them. Even if they say bad things, I'm drawn to them because I find it so satisfying and entertaining and sometimes worthwhile. But when you do it to each other, it's fun. When you do it to people who don't do it to you, it's not fun. It's just cruel and not entertaining at all, as far as I'm concerned. All you're doing is taking people apart. And now I don't know what you're doing this to Tommy. You're doing it to Black National Freedom Fighter. You're doing it to Mr. P and Mrs. P. You're doing it to Quick Vic, to Angel. Now, Angel, he kind of asked for a lot of shit. Goddess bless him. But that guy, he's not authentic. He's a people pleaser to the nth degree. You know what? I'm going to take that back. Not a people pleaser. He's someone who worries too much about what others think about him. There's a slight difference. He worries way too much. A lot of people do, but he worries way too much. So he'll tell people what they want to hear. Quick Vic sometimes too. Language groupie. Okay, listen, Dick. This is not a free speech panel. This is my show, my panel, my podium, my soapbox. And so I decide what goes on here. I decide who comes up on here. I decide what I allow and what I don't allow. This is my house, my rules. So get that part straight right away. Now, I love free speech, but obviously free speech has limits, always, no matter what. The fact that you have to say the words free speech indicates that there are limits, because otherwise you wouldn't have to say it at all. So free speech always has its limits. I am not suffering fools today, okay? It's been more than a month that since I've come on here, and I don't have time for trifling fools. So if Slow Burner wants to be a trifling fool, let him, but I'm not tolerating it. Like, I'm not going to entertain it. He was a close friend to Why did Poor Dirt Farmer drop him now? I think it was Birds that I saw. What happened? I saw TG, Terry Golson. He made a video, and Black National was saying that was it. He was going. And I was like, Now, Black National Freedom Fighter has never been nice to me. But that's because he's easily swayed by people like Poor Dirt Farmer and some of his other friends who tell him not to be friends with me or tell him bad things about me, and then he just follows along. So I don't think he's really that much of a critical thinker. So I forgive him. I really don't give a fuck. He's never been mean to me. He's just been rude to me. But that doesn't mean I want to see anything bad happen to him. So anyway, he's leaving. So I thought, is he one of those ones like Cindy Renee who says she's leaving 5 times a day? And I thought, I've never seen him say he's leaving. And then, so I went to Black Nationals, and he hadn't closed his page down. And I went to go find the stream, and I heard him say it more in full, because Terry Golson's was abbreviated, right? So And I saw, and he said that his past had been brought up and that it had something to do with the police. So I was like, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I don't have time to listen to all this shit. Like, really, I really don't. I didn't even have time to do this today, but I just told myself I'm going to do a 2-year commemoration or mark the 2 years by going online. So that's why I was late, but I said I was going to do it, so I did it. Anyway, so I didn't listen to the whole thing, but then there was a panel. I don't know whose panel it was. It wasn't PDFs. It was Navin talking to Black National, trying to get it out of him. Now, I don't know why Bird thought that that was the be-all and end-all of investigation. You know, I've seen the same thing before. I've seen PDF do it before. Now, PDF tried to step in and pretend like somehow he's the king of this and he is the one who managed to do this all the time and all this stuff. He's not. PDF's game is quite basic. Pretend you're somebody's friend, come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly, and then make them feel like they're comfortable enough to answer questions, and then try to get the truth out of them. That is pretty 101. I don't know why he thinks he's a fucking genius. But same thing with Navin. Navin was just doing the same thing. And then PDF tries to step in front, say, oh, yes, well, leave it to me. I'll get this information. Yeah, good for you for starting this off. I'll take over now. He just has to somehow, his ego is huge. I really don't know many other people whose ego is that huge as it is with PDF. So I hear this going on, and it made me think of something. Now, I don't know if a Black National Freedom Fighter has retardation, or if he has CP, cerebral palsy, which just makes his speech seem like he can't think as well. But if he does have some retardation, which is what I'm thinking, I thought about something that my dad told me when I was a teenager. Stop. I was in amongst some people, and there was a retarded guy that was, part of the group. And my dad, not being very politically correct, pulled me aside and told me to be careful, that it wasn't like this with all retarded people, but that there are sometimes, and this may have, I could swear that I remember this happening before, and maybe not so much these days. So millennials wouldn't probably even know about this, but back when retarded people were not handled properly in their families, in society, they were made to be separate from everybody, whereas now everybody's together. Retarded people, people with CP, people with autism, all of that, everybody's together, which is a good thing. But back then in the 60s, 70s, even 80s, retarded people were set aside. And sometimes, he told me that sometimes they will act on sexual urges, not realizing or not knowing that it's not okay what they're doing. It's inappropriate. And that I should be careful of that, because he knew I was a people pleaser. So put those two things together, and that's a tragedy waiting to happen. So that's what I'm thinking is what happened with BNFF. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. But he acted inappropriately. That's what it sounds like. And then because the law makes it seem so much more serious, it sounds like he raped somebody. Now, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I am done standing up for anybody. I don't know BNFF. He's pretty rude to me, so I'm not really in a big hurry to know who he is. But my compassion always exists, always. It's just, even with Israel, there's still a tiny bit of compassion. And I will demonstrate that later on. But so my compassion says, what is somebody's story? Now, Rick's story, Rick Crude, he married, his love was young. Not young, I mean like a teenager. And people are always on his ass about that. But he stayed with her, and this was a real relationship. So I really don't take that as something to really hold against him, because there are so many different ways that people live. There are so many different things that people do. There are so many transgressions that people make. And yet the people here on YouTube want to always, it's like the Jerry Springer show. At least I'm not him. You know, at least I don't fuck babies. Is that your fucking, that's your bar? You have to step on somebody else to feel good about yourselves. Tommy, I heard his story. His story sounds, I mean, it sounds pretty right with me. Like, you know, he was doing, you know, drugs and stuff like that. So he wasn't treating himself well. He wasn't around people who were treating themselves well. He didn't know better at some point, right? I mean, like, he really had been sucked into this life and spiraled down. But then from what I know, he spiraled back up and pulled himself out. Now, these are people who have something to admire about them. They're people who went against great odds to succeed at certain things. And so I see him as someone who has succeeded. But when he was back in that life before he succeeded, you can expect that he probably did a lot of stupid shit, rotten shit, illegal shit. So it shouldn't be any surprise that he didn't necessarily handle a situation in the best, most wise way possible. He handled it the way somebody on the streets would handle it. And from what it sounds like, these two women or girls or whatever, teenagers, were in this life with him and with other people, and they were pissing the people that they were hanging out with off, and they were going to be thrown out into the street. And if Tommy is to be believed, he cared that these teenagers made it home. So he drove them home. Now, they're just a bunch of animals in a car, right? I mean, really, they're from the streets. They are not behaving the way that Morgan Freeman would behave, right? So he threw them in the car and took them to their parents. They fought him, and as they fought him, he fought them off. I mean, it's pretty fucking basic. And then everybody tries to turn that into Tommy's some kind of monster. Mr. and Mrs. P having the bad fortune to be in this living situation that they're in right now is faced by countless millions of people who have full-time jobs and still can't afford their rent or their mortgage or their payments on things. I mean, the way that you people judge each other that is the bad part. That's the part that you guys should be giving each other shit for. Not all these other transgressions that people have made in their past. Now, I'm not going to stand up for BNFF. I don't know what kind of guy he is. God knows what he gets up to when he's not on panels. I don't know. But I don't know of anything else besides this thing. And if he does have some level of retardation, you are hurting him beyond belief. He is so embarrassed. if that is his transgression from his past, and he didn't know what he was doing, because he sounds confused even when he tells the story now. I don't think he's as confused as he sounds. I think it's just hard to say the story properly. But he said at one point that he didn't know. He said he didn't know what his rights were, but that sounds like somebody who's trying to cover up for their guilty. You know, sometimes that's what a guilty person would say, and sometimes that's what an innocent person would say. But I'm not excusing whatever he did, but it sounds to me like there was some fuck shit going on there too, as far as the charges. So it's really horrible to watch what you guys do to each other. Why can't you guys just get along together, sit on panels together, make fun, make fun of Mr. P wanting to eat that garbage cake, that's something to make fun of. He can take it. He would joke and do the same thing. Therefore, it's equal. That's not bad. To say that somebody, to say that I have never seen one bit of proof that Rebel ever went after a child. I don't care what you guys say. Nobody has ever shown me proof. Nobody has ever shown me anything about his sister. Nobody's ever shown me anything about his nieces and nephews. Nobody's ever shown me. They've shown one video of him on a game, playing on a game, and there was somebody else, and apparently that was a smushed together picture, so that wasn't actually what was going on. And they've made him look like that. They made him look. That is one of the worst ways that you can defame somebody. Rebel is our brother. Evidenced by the fact that you guys don't ignore him. You pay attention to him. You listen to him. You want to know what he has to say. You may be laughing at him because you're sick fucks, but you're caring about what he's saying. He is our brother. And if you want to bug him about him having to shave off his head or any of that other shit, that's normal shit to rib people about. Defaming somebody and trying to make it seem like they are some kind of diddler when they're not. You should be ashamed. You, not him. You should be ashamed. Now, Katie joking about the fact that he's got a job, that's kind of funny. But telling people not to donate to him, that's kind of mean. But anybody can decide whether they want to donate to him or not. You know who Rebel is. You know where the money's going. If you want to give it to him, give it to him. I recommend making an account where you don't dox yourself, because apparently he doxes people who give him money. But still, if I had bajillion dollars to just throw around, and I'd throw him money. I'd make an account where he couldn't dox me, but I'd throw him money. Why not? I would throw to Katie money on one day, yesterday, when she was doing her painting. I would give her money for that, just to watch her do it. I want to encourage the good behavior. And Bird really hurt me. He wasn't meaning to. He wasn't meaning to. But I don't think he gives a shit one way or another, obviously, the way he talks about me. But I really did think that he was a decent enough person that he would never put what he said out there. And with such conviction, with his energy, it was strong energy, he put that out. And I don't know if he was joking and it was some kind of troll when he said it. I mean, he asked the question, how would it make you feel? It made me feel like you are a really low human being, and that your heart is a dark place. And I've not heard any kind of taking that back. And there's someone else here who I held in very high regard. I mean, high regard, who has tremendously disappointed me. Someone who I thought was someone who puts their money where their mouth is, right? They walk the they don't just talk the talk, but they walk the walk. And for that person to not walk the walk with me opened my eyes. And I realized that even that person that I held in high regard was just a schlub like everybody else and didn't deserve nearly the amount of respect that I was paying him. And that broke my heart. It really did break my heart. Bird didn't really break my heart. I say he broke my heart, but really it was just a disappointment. But that other person really broke my heart. And that's what got me to just kind of pull away and go, you know what? If I can't even trust that person to behave the way that he speaks, that person actually turned out to be a tyrant. An actual tyrant. Doesn't deserve power because he abuses it. That was really shitty. As PDF would say, what is this? They were panel friends for a year. Yeah, so what? PDF dropped him? Maybe interview slow burner. I don't think so. My show sucks. Then leave, Jason. Go to bed. Slow girl talk ninja. Harbors the pervs and the... Do I really? Do you see anybody here? I don't vouch for anybody. So, you're a liar. Dick. It wasn't you, Jason. You were a while ago. I've already dealt with all that. That didn't break my heart either. Just disappointing. He's a ped. Oh, here we go. What's truth? Throwing around accusations, even though people threw around accusations about you, what's truth, that weren't true or may not have been true. And you didn't like it, but you didn't learn. And here you are, throwing more accusations to other people. BNFF was a close buddy of Per Dirt Farmer. PDF PDF does it. Look, I'm not going to stick up for PDF. He's just a piece of shit. But that's a lie. All you guys do is lie. You make up lies about each other constantly. And you take a piece of the truth and you spin it beyond recognition. I don't know if BNFF is a perv or not, but I think most of you are pervs. Anybody who's constantly looking for pedophiles, I think you're a perv. There's something wrong with you. The fact that it always comes up in conversation, that's a problem with you. I find that you guys are predators. You try to look for people that you can abuse and tear down. You look for people you can hurt, and then you hurt them in the most horrible ways that you can imagine. That makes you a predator. And I'm not talking about any specific person, by the way. I'm talking in general. Anybody who is so preoccupied with pedophiles You are the perv. I don't see what all these spaces are on what do you call it? StreamYard. So all it says is buffering. Oops, buffering. You're roboting, am I? Testing. Okay, so I'm not making that noise. Oh, it's time for a cigarette. Hold on, I'll catch up on the chat in a second. I'm not here for your chat. At least not at this point. But I didn't close the chat off. Okay, little ones. I'm coming. You guys were barking too much. Come here, babies. Oh, I got the heater going on in here. It's warmer in here. Come here, little one. Mommy loves you. Okay. Clicking. I don't see it clicking. Okay, let me do something. Testing. Oops. Is it making this clicking still? Testing. Well, I'm gonna have to. Is it fixed? New comments. Is it making the clicking or not? It's worse now. Can't believe Slow Burner. He lies to me all the time. Hold on. Okay. Nothing's wrong with my sound. Thank you to the person who texted me. I never give that person away. I never give anybody away. I know so many secrets that you guys don't know that I know. blew the power on that plug. The heater makes noise, so I can't tell if it's my mic or the heater. Okay, I see Samson Ice found his way in here. Crafty Cat's so not welcome. That phony poser fucking piece of shit. No link for you, what's truth? Crafty Cat, you will not see her in here, and if you do, she'll be banned. She stands for genocide. She helps genocide with her filthy fucking words and her filthy fucking friends. So her and her filthy fucking friends are not welcome in here. I really don't feel like keeping up with chat. Oh, I see that made Slow Burner happy. Natsia, what are you saying? Welcome to life with Connie, aka Rebel. What does that mean? Oh, Samsonite, I've seen you working your way around the crowds. You're pretty much see-through. And yes, I'm still convinced you're ASMR. Even though you like to go around on panels and say, "Oh, I've been wronged. People think I'm ASMR. It's so bad." You freak. You have no idea the things Connie has said about. I don't give a shit what, and I don't call him that either, by the way, because his name is Rebel. I should probably ban that word, Connie. I really don't give a fuck. He says bad things about everybody. Doesn't make it true. None of it makes it true. See, I listen to you guys saying things. You'll be on your panels and you're trying to clear something up, and you say, "Well, we all lie here around here." No, I don't lie. "Oh, we're all mean to each other." No, I'm not mean to anybody here. So I don't even take on that shit. When people say those things that, "Oh, we all do this and we all do that." No, we don't all do it. I don't do it. You all do it. I don't do it. I don't fit that description. Therefore, I don't take offense to it. So if Rebel has said anything bad about me, I've heard him say some bad stuff about me anyway. Quote unquote, to my face. Not really my face, but on here. He said it to me, and I'm sure he said some rotten things behind my back. He says rotten things behind everybody's back, and he says rotten things to people's face. That's just what Rebel does. But that doesn't mean I hate him. I can be above that. I don't have to be like that. I don't have to hit somebody, do tit for tat. That's childish. That's what children do. I mean, you get me triggered enough, I'll react, but I'm not going to apologize for that either. I'm a human being. Human beings get triggered. Anybody who has a heart gets triggered. Anybody who has an ego gets triggered. Even those who try to pretend that they are above that, they still get triggered. Everybody gets triggered. So what Rebel says about me doesn't trigger me. It's just what he does. He knows damn well I've never done a damn thing to him or to anybody. And the only things that anybody ever tries to get me on are stupid shit. Nothing to do with what kind of human being I am. Only one thing. And if anybody had any brains, they wouldn't say the things that they've said about me, that I'm some kind of chomo supporter. They would say she's a decent person who believes in innocent until proven guilty, and she's a decent person who believes in the best in all of us. That's the way that I should be described. But instead, Mr. P is stupid enough to listen to Andrew and everybody else who says I'm a chomo supporter and all this stuff. He counts that as background on me. So, does that say anything about me, or does that say something about him? That says something about Mr. P not being bright enough to see through his being handled or him being groomed. So none of that is true. So I'm not going to be upset about it because I don't fit in that group. I did not support NNH's chomo behavior. What's truth? Never once, not for 1 second. I supported his auditing. And I support compassion for somebody who did something a long time ago, but has changed. Samwise. I know mommy's energy is bad because she's talking to these rotten people. I'm sorry. If somebody has done something bad in their past, and then they turned their life around and they changed, and what they do for not only themselves, but their families and the society is positive, good, not just good behavior, not even just a good example, but actual things that can be pointed to that have improved society. And that person has something bad in their past. I don't make any apologies for showing compassion in that case. Now, if somebody is sick enough to touch their children and hurt their children, not just physically, but emotionally, because that hurts their whole life, especially if they can't, do like therapize through it and get over it, they have ruined that person's life or those people's lives, and nothing they can do can ever make up for that, then I'm not going to throw stones at them, but I am not going to associate myself with that person, and I'm not going to waste any time on, saying nice things about them, right? So that's the case. So what's truth? You want me to go into what other people said about you? You want me to do tit for tat? Because you are not an authentic person. What's truth? There's a huge difference between you and I. Another huge difference is I always ask myself, what would Jesus do? And you, a self-touting Christian, don't even give a shit what Jesus would do. You dropped the link on what? Who is a childish wish? Me? You want me to put a spell on you? I know. Look, hey, you're the one who said something that I was answering what's truth. You are just like all the other fucking trolls. All you put up videos about how people troll because you act like you're a fucking victim. Just like Israel. You act like a fucking victim. Oh me, oh my. People have treated me. People have lied about me. But you do that to other people. All those videos you put up that you quote that Dick, what's his name? Jordan Peterson. You quote people trying to say what trolls do. You're just saying what you do, what's truth. You're describing what you do to other people. So it's very hard to think of you as a victim. And then you come into my chat and start bringing up NNH to me. What about NNH? And then I answer you back and you don't like the answer, so you start calling me names and say that I'm not being fair. This is why this is my soapbox. You're not allowed to come up here and start trolling to change the subject or to throw me off or anything. This is where truth gets spoken. And if you can't speak truth, you're not welcome to come up here to speak at all. You see how that works? What's truth? You go do your fuck shit in your tiny little fucking filthy corner of YouTube and leave my sunny bright corner alone. If you can't be a proper Christian, then go fuck yourself. Start pretending that you know Jesus and that you would do what Jesus would do. Start doing that. I wish Jesus was here to speak, slow burner. I know I'd probably be put in my place too, but at least I fucking try. Not all these other people who pretend, I'm a Christian, and start reading from the fucking Bible, which they know damn well has been changed, and start acting like that they're good people. It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. A lot of you people, if it wasn't so sad, you'd just be fucking jokes. But it's really sad. You are what's wrong with society. You are the reason why wars manage to get off the ground. You are the reason why people can be subject to genocide and nobody do anything. Because of people like you who are rotten to each other, who don't just stop in your tracks and go, my God, what the hell am I doing? And then you sit there and try to judge me. That's fucking hilarious. Except for when I've stuck up for myself. The only thing I've done is to tell the truth and to say good things to people, to bring out the best in them, to try to bring out the best in them, to tell them that I've noticed the best in them, to let them know that it's not their bad side that I like, it's their good side that I like. When somebody is a bad guy, right, goes around hurting people, but they don't hurt the people who don't hurt them back, don't hurt people who don't play these games, I think those are kind people. Even though they say bad things, if they're not saying bad things to somebody who doesn't do bad things or say bad things to them or other people, then that means that they're kind. They have a line. They have a line they don't cross. But so many of you cross that line. I don't even know if you even have it. Hi, Ruckus. Aren't Hail Mary something that they do in football? Hello, Ruckus, dear Ruckus. Hello from Frodo and Samwise to you. I have moved my line as to what I consider acceptable a few times, and it's gone down, not up. My line of what I will tolerate has gone lower, just to meet the curve. But it's no good. It doesn't help. It doesn't help for me to, just not expect too much out of somebody and just treat them in a kind way and ignore their rottenness. It doesn't work. Nobody appreciates anything that I do here. Nobody appreciates the love or the kindness or the compassion. But you know what? I'm doing lines. No, I almost wish I was. I don't really. I don't like Coke. And I can't do crack anymore because I have a heart problem. So no more fun for me. Not where that's concerned. So I do still have that half a bottle of tequila that I had from my birthday. And who knows, if this goes on long enough, I might actually drink it. A loving person does not call others rotten. You do not speak in a nice, clean manner. I really don't give a shit. You, Samuel. One Samuel. I really don't give a shit. I talk the way I talk. I am not perfect. I am not an actual angel, even though I play one on TV. No, I don't even play one on TV. I've never claimed to be an angel. You guys make me feel like one when I'm here in these subterranean skreets. You guys make me feel like an angel just by default, just by the things that I refuse to do or don't do or won't do. It's like I automatically feel like an angel, but I'm not. I just strive for those standards. And that's all I do is work towards those standards. But I'm also allowed to comment on what I see. And what I see is a bunch of demonic behavior from so many of you in the audience, in the chat, on the panels. You've gone way further than any line that you had 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was bad enough. And now the bad guys have just learned to be more bad. They've gathered more followers and just get more bad. Yeah, that's, look at this. You do not sound sane or stable, respectfully. That's another thing I see you guys do. You'll diss somebody and then you'll say, no disrespect. You say rotten things to somebody about them and sometimes not even, it's not even backed by anything. And then say, no disrespect. Do you think saying no disrespect cancels out the fact that you just showed that person disrespect? Oh, and here's another thing. You don't lie on somebody, okay? If you're lying on somebody, then you better hope that it's with their will. Because if it's against their will, you're committing a crime. You don't lie on somebody. You lie about somebody or you lie to somebody. Okay? You don't lie on somebody. If you lie about me, you're lying about me. If you lie to me, you're lying to me. You're not lying on me. If you're lying on me, I'm going to call a cop. I wish you millennials would stop changing the language. Smiler! Hello, baby. When I give out the link, if anybody's going to get the link, Smiler's going to get the link. He's probably the only rational person I've spoken to recently on YouTube or Discord. I haven't been in Discord for a few weeks, and that's there. He's not the only rational person I know, but he's the only one I've spoken with in the last month and a half, almost 2 months. YouTube streets. Live streamers, anonymous, 12 steps. Someone told me I am needed here. What are you needed for? Samuel says, you are very unwell and you should seek psychiatric care. I am not telling you this as an insult. Really? Really? First of all, you're a sock. So you're not talking to me as a human being. So that's disrespectful. And You're just trying to gaslight me. And somehow you think that the words from some letters on a screen are going to convince me? I'm fine. You're a sock, Samuel. There's nobody who's been in these chats, any of these drama chats, whose name is I, Samuel, that I've seen. Is Samuel a Zionist? I don't know. Oh, maybe. Maybe he is a Zionist, even though he says, what is that? Zionists are fucking liars. I know I'm fine in woman talk means what? I'm a woman. Oh, okay. Well, welcome, woman. You want to go private and have a talk? I don't know who you are, and I'm doing a stream right now, so the answer to that is no at the moment, but thank you anyway. You're going to call yourself Samuel, I'm going to call you a guy. You want me to call you a girl, you got to change your name to a girl's name. YouTube streets. Same tactic as Samuel. Whatever. I think Smiler's the only wrench I've got in here right now. I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, Smiler's the only wrench that I have in here right now. I've taken some away. Including admin wrenches I've taken away, except for one I kept. And that's Mrs. J. She can be trusted with power. Well, somewhat. She is a bit of a joker, but I know that if I ask her seriously, she will respect me. She shows me respect, and I show her respect, of course. Actually, why don't we light up a joint? And maybe I should do that music thing while I make a joint. While I light the joint. It's like a half joint I got here. What song should I play? There's a song that Purple Phoenix starts with, and she has. I don't really listen to her streams very much, but her name is Purple, so obviously that draws me in, and Phoenix draws me in. And at first I thought it was Joe's girlfriend, Phoenix, but not. And then she starts her streams with a song, and I went to go see about that song, and that band, I guess I'll call them, does, what do you say, copyright free, shareable music. I'll just look for them here. And the song that she starts with that's a particularly good song. But I can't remember what it's called. So I got to kind of go through there. Where is my For You list? my playlist to use on my show. To use on my show. To use on my show. Here we go. Netflix. Sorry, not Netflix. I was thinking of Netflix. Can I go through sort alphabetically? Can I do it alphabetically? No. Okay, Control F. Okay. Control F. Netflix. Here we go. Come on. I've heard since I last broadcast that there's a problem with Chrome browser / Android and StreamYard. I didn't get any messages, but then I haven't been paying attention to my notifications too much. There we go. And I will turn the cam on. I was digging around with the settings here and I set up a couple of, what do you call them? Whatever, setups. Present. Share screen. This is not the song, huh? I changed the song. Hold on. That's what I wanted. Oh, thank you.
slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Ah!
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the
3, 2, 1. Fire up your dang shit!
wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patent it. Being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. I spit slow, speaking fast, I can roast, I can gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness. It's a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're the
Ah!
mysterious because you
That person's just trying to help me by sending me messages, but it slows down the computer.
be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble
Okay,
brag.
thank you.
I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains. Last and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
Never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go. Make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. And I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it. I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages of vacant. Modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I said hi to Danny, but he didn't hear me. Hello, Danny. I saw something about Palestine, but I just was not in the mood to read it. But I'm sure Smiler's probably answering them. That was a really good song, but it doesn't stop and start and stop and start all the time. But my speaking spell's just getting worse. I've got over 5 gigs free on this thing, so it's not a space issue. It's just, it's never been off in 2.5 years. It's a real trooper, really. Everyone plays that music. Well, it's the only time I've ever heard it was when Purple Phoenix played it, and it's her opening song, and I think it's a fantastic song. And they're a fantastic group for making it royalty free. And a Palestinian as an ethnicity did not exist until the PLO created it in 1967. Oh my God. Yeah. What the fuck? Who was that? I was just looking for the word. Samuel. Oh, he's a Zionist. Definitely Zionist. Definitely fucking Zionist. Because there's ignorance, which is what a lot of you have about Palestine, I mean. And when people say the word ignorance, by the way, it does not mean rude. People use it as the word rude, like somebody was ignorant to somebody. You don't be ignorant to somebody. You lie to somebody and not on somebody. You lie to somebody. You're not ignorant to somebody. Or you can be ignorant about something. It means you lack knowledge. That's what ignorant means. Doesn't mean rude. So, the ignorance, especially out here in the streets, is blinding. But then there are Zionist trolls. And I've been dealing with them for decades. So they're very see-through. They will say things like, Palestine was never a country. And things like this fucking dick says, Samuel, Palestine was never an ethnicity until 1967. What kind of fucking bullshit is that? That is Zionist lying propaganda. And they sow this into every ignorant person who is willing to read them or believe them. So Samuel, what you have to say now means you are a Zionist lying pig, and therefore what you have to say means absolutely nothing, not even a grain of salt. It brands you a liar by your very bones. You see, and people just don't give a shit so much about what their character is anymore. It's just what people believe about other people's character. But if you watch how somebody moves, if you watch how somebody behaves, if you watch what people do and see that it matches what they say, whether it's good or whether it's bad, then you know you're dealing with an honest person at least. Even if you don't like their values, you're dealing with an honest person, somebody that you can talk with. But when you're dealing with somebody who just lies and doesn't even care that you can see that they lie, like an Israeli, you know that you've not got a good partner in communication. I will just remind people that because of my stroke in 2014, ever since then, I have trouble finding words. So it's kind of Spirit's little joke, since words are my favorite thing. Well, one of my favorite things. Anyway, that was a fucked up song, or a fucked up way to play the song, but it's good pot anyway. And I made a great lasagna, or not lasagna, meatloaf last night. One for me, one for the dogs, because mine had onions in it, but it had pine nuts, and I forgot to put the spinach in, and green beans and corn. The corn didn't need to be in there, but with a half a pound, it was only a half a pound of hamburger, and 2 hot dog buns that I'd forgotten in the toaster oven that I went to toast, and they were just so dry I couldn't use them. So I made croutons out of them and put them in the thing and made that half a pound into a nice size, and put some spices, turmeric and lemon pepper, and then I made mine and theirs, and I cut them in half when they were done. So I've got another half for all 3 of us to have meatloaf again. And I also made a really good chicken dinner with mushroom soup on it. And I saved that in half, and I got the other half in the freezer too. So I could have that. It's 21:08, 9:08. I haven't even eaten anything except a handful of popcorn and my lemon medicine in the morning, which I didn't even finish. Lemon, garlic, and cinnamon and water. Oh, and I have succumbed to taking a piece of pharma. I'm taking a cholesterol pill. Just one, and I cut them in half. You're not supposed to do that, but I cut them in half. So it's only 2.5 milligrams. Because apparently, you can't just come off that shit. You can't go, okay, I'm not taking this anymore. You have to wean yourself off. That's a bad thing. I don't like that. So it's only 2.5 milligrams or 2.5 somethings instead of 5. And I've been taking it faithfully every night for the last month so far. I only got 2 pains in my toe. And that's it. But that's it. Everything else is natural. And I forgot to take my vitamins. Yeah, because she got it from the million others who use it. Okay, maybe. What do you mean it's not music? I like it. Oh, well. Then I guess you won't enjoy it when I play other things of theirs, too. So, Danny, I didn't read what he said. Just popped in to say hi, can't stick around, have a good one, and hi to everybody in chat. Hello, Danny. If you're even still here. I don't remember where I was. If I was talking about politics or... I saw an excellent... You know what? This is dedicated... Which dick was it who said... Oh, Samuel. This is dedicated to Samuel. I'm going to do it different. I'm going to play it from the computer. And hopefully it won't stop and start so much. Unless I want it to. I don't get some of these for yous that I get sometimes from YouTube. Okay, what was I looking for? Oh, right, for live streams. Okay, this is a media group called Novara Media. And I like their news because it's more truthful. Later on, I'm going to play something from Greg Braden, which I think is so and tremendously important. More important than even Palestine. Now, before I start this, okay. I think Smiler's going to really like this. Okay, I want to say, first of all, the word anti-Semitism, let me big up for this. The word anti-Semitism is such a lie. It is such a lie. First of all, the root word is Semite. A Semite would be a Palestinian or a Jew who was born on that Holy Land before all the immigrants started coming in from Europe. So that would be an ethnic Jew. An ethnic Jew is not a Jew who just believes in Judaism. An ethnic Jew has a culture. They have a culture of their own. And they, like Palestinians, Palestinian Arabs, I should say, who were first not Christian or Muslim, and then Christian, and then Muslim. And they're both Christian and Muslim Palestinian Arabs. And the Palestinian Jews who were from historic Palestine and their grandparents were buried in that land. And all of that land had their blood, sweat, and tears in it. Those are ethnic Jews, both culture and religion. Ethnic Jews in historic Palestine. Palestinians and Jews got along just fine. They were good neighbors. Everybody has a problem anywhere you go in the world. There's always neighbors who fight. There's always idealistic things that end up being an argument. Otherwise, Palestinians and Jews got along. And they had autonomy on themselves. They voted for things under the Ottoman Empire. And then the British came. And they brought the Zionism. And those were Jews, people who called themselves Jews, but they're from Europe. They're from Poland, from Ukraine, from fucking Germany, from all places in Europe. And I don't know if they, I mean, obviously they must have, the people in the United States originated from Britain, which is Europe. So there, at last count that I saw, there are 7.5 million Jews in Israel. And there's 12 million in the US. That's almost double. Palestinians were the majority for so long until the genocide started with Zionism requiring that they eliminate in some way, either by their death or by migrating them, moving them, chasing them off the land. That's the only way to make the Jews the majority. So that's what they did. And that is not honorable. And it's also not proper to do that in the Jewish name. Judaism is not about that. That is the wrong way to practice Judaism. So these European Zionists are not only not ethnic Jews and therefore not Semites, but they do horrible things in the name of the religion that they've copied. Why do you think that if you even know, because so many of you are so young, you don't remember the days when it was publicly broadcast that you can't be a Jew unless by blood. That's what's going to qualify you as a Jew, not marrying some rich Jew in Hollywood and transferring, or whatever you call it, transforming or whatever, changing, switching teams. That is so disrespectful. And it's disrespectful to do what Israel is doing to the Palestinians in the name of Jews. But so be it. But we will call them European Zionist Jews, or European Zionist, or just Zionists. And they're not just European anymore. They're North American too. And Australian, because they all spread from Europe into these colonies that we have now. So to say that, say, for instance, me as a Palestinian, well, I'm a Canadian, but I have Palestinian blood and therefore am Semite, to say that me criticizing Israel, which is not about ethnic Jews, and it's not about historic Palestine, it's about some brand new fucking country that dropped out of the sky called Israel, but it's not Israel of the ethnic Jews, it's Israel of the European and American Zionists, not Semites. So to criticize Israel is not only not, it's not even anti-Semitic to criticize a government or a state for their actions, but to criticize what they do and say that they need to be punished as a group, you could call that anti-Semitic if it was a criticism of a Semite, but it's not. I'm the Semite. They're not. So for European Zionist Jews who make up the state of Israel, and all actions are done on behalf of those European Zionists who have renamed that land Israel in their image, not in the ethnic Jewish image, is anti-Semitic. What the European Zionists are doing is anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semite. Semites being the Palestinian Arabs and the Palestinian ethnic Jews. They didn't want this. And the Orthodox Jews will tell you. The Orthodox Jews, the ones who observe Judaism in the strongest, most pure way they can. If they're not posing, but you will see Orthodox Jews stand up for Palestinians. Tell people, not in my name. Now you got the American Zionist Jews who have a heart and they're just labeled that, right? But they don't realize what club they belong to. They're saying not in my name. But it was the Orthodox Jews in Israel who say, not in my name. And I've seen them protect the Palestinians. I've seen them chase the IDF soldiers away, because the IDF soldiers are part of the European Zionist Israel, which just keeps on expanding. And it's just a murderous machine. And it gets away with it. And that is the crux of everything. That is the crux of this whole fucking evil mess. Because behind all of it, that's at the crux is justice. When people do things like that, they're expected to be held accountable. Wasn't Adolf held accountable? Wasn't his minions held accountable? Aren't they forever maligned if anybody ever finds out that they're in Brazil or they're in some place and that they were a Nazi in Germany and they got away? They're treated like shit. And here's Israel doing the same thing, only for longer and in some very serious ways for the future. And people are going, I stand with Israel. Later on, your grandchildren are going to be disgusted by you. Because it won't be until then that somebody's going to say, wait a second, something's wrong here. But then you know what? They'll probably make it illegal. They'll make it illegal. As we've seen with the Al Jazeera documentaries of the Israel lobby infiltrating into the US government and into the UK government. And they've done it everywhere else, but these are the documentaries of these two. As we can see, they push their agenda onto the governments by whatever means. There's some kind of dance they do, because this is bigger than Palestine. This is bigger than every individual argument, every individual fight. Is that every one of them, including Hamas, are funded by the same fucking evil shit. I mean, but how can we operate on any other level than below that? Because we have no skin in the game of what controls the way that things are going. Now, we actually do, but it's not 3D skin. And we can't accomplish that as long as people are constantly being mean for their own sick reasons. We need to clean up the skreets, people. I'm not saying no drama. I'm not saying no fuck shit. But no fuckery that in any way tears somebody down in real life. If that person either has serious problems or has a serious problem, if we get hold of that, we should not exploit that. However, if somebody who really doesn't give a shit when somebody says, stupid shit, says something like that to somebody else they know is like that, that's funny. That's funny. I mean, some of these insults are just, they are so artistic. And the way that they just flow off their tongue, it's like watching professionals dance, So I really admire their prowess, their expert ability to make the words dance the way they do. But when you exploit somebody's weakness in real life, that doesn't make you a hero. It doesn't make you a celebrity. It makes you someone who's going against world peace because you don't have the energy that's needed for that new world, which is so achievable. It is so achievable. It's so achievable. But we need to tip the scales. So I need some of you, at least some of you, to consider what I'm saying, please. I've watched you guys for 2 years. And even though I can do streams that last for days, I mainly remain quiet and listen. Not so quiet, because sometimes I yell back at the screen, but not yell, but talk back to the screen. But I used to yell at the news though, on the TV. So we need to build up more numbers to tip those scales. And that'll make it better for us and anybody who sees that they really don't want this evil world that they're building. I mean, it's good for them too. It's still a place for them to come because it's what's genuine in their heart that's going to decide whether they're in that space or not, right? If they don't have the energy of that in their hearts, they just won't be in our space. We'll still have our comedians, but not the ones that go after people in a way to tear them down and make them feel like shit about themselves. I can only guess at what your origins are, all of you. What your story is that made you behave this way. I can only guess, and I usually guess too nicely. Joe. I see Joe's name. Hey, just remembered. Gonna send you an interesting video. Okay. Joe, later, probably not much later now, but I'm gonna go through. First of all, if you want to know what a Zionist is, you're gonna get some tutelage in a moment here when I stop yapping. And then later, after that, I'm going to be doing something from Greg Braden. And it will blow your mind. I think Joe just sent me that vid. I hope you can hear me, Joe. Hopefully my volume is down enough because somebody messaged me to tell me my volume was too loud. That was a good thing for me. Thank you. How do I get rid of this? Oh, here we go. Joe. Righto. Okay, can't watch it now because, doing a stream and all. But thank you. I'm going to have some. Thank you. I'm glad you hear me. I'm going to be having something with Greg Braden. It's going to blow your mind, Joe. It's going to blow your mind. And it will make you feel more powerful as to making a better world. It's just amazing. So hopefully you'll be here for that. I was just going through what anti-Semite is a bullshit term because these people are not Semites. Palestinians are Semites, not Israelis of European or American descent. They're not Semites, so you can't be anti-Semite against them. Was that a delayed one or is that a new one? It's a delayed one. Okay. Am I making that sound? Okay. So, there we go. And I'm going to play this now. I really hope that Joe's going to be around for the Greg Braden part of it. Here we go. I got a new setup too. If my panel actually starts to get full up, you're going to see a really cool display, I think. Okay.
Every attempt to launch a non-militant form of resistance, the Great March of the Return, which was people marching up to the border fence in Gaza, unarmed. Over 200 of them were killed by Israeli snipers. Snipers shooting at unarmed demonstrators. People say, why don't the Palestinians adopt nonviolent tactics? Well, the Israelis will gun them down in their hundreds. Attempts to do things like BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, are described as anti-Semitic. Well, you don't want us to use violence. What are we supposed to do?
Unfortunately, they don't address the meaning
We've
of
probably got something in
anti-Semite.
common, which is that over the last month and a half, we've been watching the news, wondering why it doesn't answer some of the most basic questions about the history of Israel and Palestine. Why did the Zionists choose the Holy Land out of all the territories on the planet to try and form a Jewish majority state? What happened after the Oslo Accords? Why were Hamas founded? And what changed about their charter since the 1980s? Well, luckily, those questions aren't going to go unanswered for long. I'm joined by Rashid Khalidi, author of The 100 Years War on Palestine, to do a deep dive into over 100 years of history. What was Palestine before 1948? What was its status?
Now, this will answer things like Samuel tried to say when Samuel said that Palestinian was not a, what did they say? He said culture or ethnic, in that ethnic group before 1967. He even picked. He didn't pick 48. He picked 67. So this is the true answers to all of the bullshit that you see these Zionists who are sown through our skreets try to give you bullshit facts and figures.
And who was there?
Before 1948, for about 30 years, Palestine had been under British control in the form of an occupation and a mandate from the League of Nations. The mandate was to rule a country in which the overwhelming majority of the population were Palestinian Arabs, and a small but increasing proportion were Jews, and more.
Now, these were spoils from war. From World War I, they divided the spoils up, all the winning countries. So England got some of them, some of the Arab countries. France got Lebanon, and that's why the second language in Lebanon is French. And the second language, well, it used to be until the Zionists came and stole the land. English was the second language. So my dad learned English in school. It was the second language. So obviously Hebrew was also a second language, but that would be for Jews, right? Or Arabs who do business with Jews before all this fuckery started.
More and more of those people, that population was made up of immigrants who were brought in under the terms of the mandate. The British occupied Palestine in 1917. Previously, it had been part of the Ottoman Empire. People there had the opportunity to elect their own mayors and deputies to the Ottoman Parliament. It was a country that had a growing press. It's a developing country.
You see that? Before Britain came along, there was quite a civilized structure being built in that land with Palestinian Arabs and Palestinian Jews, ethnic Jews. It was a nice thing that was being built. Then the British came along because they thought that they owned it because of the war. And they took it from Turkey, I guess, because Turkey must have lost in the first one. So then they started to systematically destroy that land, okay? So there weren't a bunch of goats and sheep living on that land, which is what the Zionists told the UN when they begged for that land to be their land of the Zionist Jews. They said that there was goats and sheep on that land and that they could take that land. And the UN didn't fucking argue or nothing and gave it to them with a partition, but they're Zionists. They don't give a fuck. So this was a growing civilized land, right? Then the British came, then the Zionists came.
Very poor, but with education spreading rapidly. The British arrived with a specific project that was laid out in the Balfour Declaration. And that declaration was then incorporated into the mandate for Palestine that Britain was given by the League of Nations. And that mandate was to create a Jewish national home in Palestine. There was no mention in the mandate or in the Balfour Declaration of the Palestinians, except in an offhanded way, as the non-Jewish population. They were 94% of the population of Palestine when the British occupied the country in 1917. By 1948, the Arab population was about 65%. And thanks to immigration under the mandate, the Jewish population was almost a third.
So you see, this was mostly Palestinian Arabs on that land, sharing with ethnic Jews of that land. And everything was going just fine. Everybody was being respectful and respected, you know, on the whole. I mean.
It sounds like a silly question, but how did the ideology of Zionism emerge? And was it always centered on the Holy Land? Was there ever a consideration of other territories for...
See, Zionists are not the people, the ethnic Jews of historic Palestine. They're the real Jews, right? The ones who, you're not Jewish unless you're Jewish by blood. And that blood has to be Semite blood, Semitic blood, not European blood and not American blood. So the Zionists from outside that land made a manifesto.
The mass immigration and settlement of Jews from Europe.
There are different forms of Zionism. There's cultural Zionism, there's religious Zionism, each of which has a somewhat different nature. Political Zionism starts at the end of the 19th century.
You listening, Joe?
The person who's credited with really the biggest role in establishing it was Theodor Herzl, who wrote a book entitled Der Judenstaat, State of the Jews, or the Jewish State, and who brought together the first Zionist Congress at Basel in Switzerland in 1897.
Europe.
Before that, the attachment of the Jewish people to the land of Israel had been a religious attachment, essentially. And there developed in the 19th century sort of cultural Zionism, not only among Jews, but also among Christians. So you had many evangelical Protestants, especially in the United Kingdom and in the United States, who believed that the return of the Jews to the Holy Land was an imperative for Christians.
This is where the damn books get in the fucking way. They're written by humans, they're changed by humans, and then used as historical documents to prove that somebody belongs to a territory that they don't belong.
Due to a specific reading of the Bible. Zionism political Zionism originally looked at multiple possible venues for the creation of a Jewish state. The idea being that
I have a clip of an Orthodox Jew telling an IDF soldier, I wish you had picked Uganda.
Because of the persistent and virulent anti-Semitism that Jews experienced, especially in Eastern Europe, in the Russian Empire,
Europe,
and in the Austro-Hungarian Empire,
Russia,
that it was impossible for them to live in those societies, and that they therefore should establish a Jewish state. And as I said, there were a variety of alternatives that were mooted in East Africa, in Sinai, and other places. But the consensus eventually centered on Palestine, and that became the objective. And that certainly was Herzl's original objective. And by World War One, that had become the focus of the Zionist movement.
You mentioned.
See, so first 1897 was the birth of this cultural Zionist movement, evil movement. And then World War One happened after that. So by the end of World War One, with so many Protestants running around in fucking England, who was the empire that decided that they owned Palestine now that they took it from Turkey, they are the ones who opened up the floodgates of Zionism onto the quote-unquote Holy Land.
You mentioned the Balfour Declaration earlier. Why did the British agree to cede land in Palestine for the creation of a Jewish state? Was it some kind of feeling of responsibility towards Jewish people because of anti-Semitism, or were there different considerations at play?
Now, remember, this guy does not talk on the level of the money that controls the 3D of this world, and therefore your souls. So he's not getting into that. So he's only going to get into the personality of it. You know, it's not about those who, the oligarchy who run the world. It's the next step down that he's talking on. But I'm keeping in mind that there's also that layer on top of everything.
The British had multiple considerations in supporting the Zionist project. The first was essentially strategic. They saw Palestine as essential to the defense of Egypt against any threat coming from the east. And that was a perception that developed starting in 1906, long before they ever developed any relationship with the Zionist movement. They also wanted to control in Palestine the Mediterranean terminus of what was the shortest land route between the Mediterranean and the Gulf.
They wanted to control for money purposes. Joe, you didn't know that they got along. No, I know, because how could you know? That's the thing, right? How could you know if the 6 companies that run all of the media that we see here in the West tout the Zionist lies? You would only know those Zionist lies. And that is part of their lie book, is that somehow we've been fighting for ages and ages. That's why I reacted so strongly. AC has not really said anything that bad, except he goes along with the Allahu Akbars, but he has not said anything that bad about this thing. But he triggered me so bad when he said, they've been fighting they've been fighting forever. Like somehow that diminishes. That's why they tell that lie, because that way in your mind, you are tired of it. It's been happening forever. It's going to happen forever. I don't give a shit. That's what the way they want you to feel, because based on the fact that Palestinians and Jews have been arguing forever. No, it started when the British came. So now this guy's explaining what you're wondering when I dealt with drama at the beginning of the stream for the first little bit, but I didn't get into too many specifics. I don't want to promote it. I just want to comment on it, but I tried to keep out names when I could, but there were names that needed to be mentioned, like Mr. P and Tommy, who's my heart goes out to, and Mrs. P. Always special mention to Mrs. P. My heart goes out to them, and I wanted them to know that, so I mentioned their names. And PDF, he's just fucking evil, so I don't give a fuck. But mostly I didn't say too much names. Not as many as I wanted to. Okay.
Britain already controlled the Suez Canal and Egypt and wanted to make sure that it could defend its position in Egypt, but also that it controlled the shortest land route on which they were at that stage envisaging the building of a railway later on.
This guy's a lot shorter than I would be telling you. So this is a very succinct version, Joe. So I'd really listen to this.
Pipeline, roads, and air bases were built along that stretch of land that Britain took over from Palestine through Jordan into Iraq. So those were the British motivations. In addition, there was a great deal of sympathy among evangelical Protestants in Britain for the idea of Zionism as being a religious duty for Christians. And finally, there was anti-Semitism. Ironically, Balfour, the man associated with the Balfour Declaration, he was foreign secretary at the time in 1917, had been prime minister in 1905 when the British Parliament passed the Alien Exclusion Act, which was designed to keep Jewish refugees fleeing persecution and pogroms in the Russian Empire from entering Britain. So the same man who wrote the Balfour Declaration, making it a thing to bring European Ashkenazi Zionist Jews over to the Holy Land, was done in an effort to exclude them and get rid of them from Britain. Whose name is associated with the Cabinet Declaration of 1917, the Balfour Declaration, was also the author of probably one of the most anti-Semitic acts in British history.
Wrong. He made a mistake there. It's not anti-Semitic. It's anti-Ashkenazi Zionist Jew. That's not a Semite. So he spoke wrongly there. But I can't correct him because it's a recording.
Going right back to the expulsion of the Jews from England, I think in the 12th century. So there were multiple motives for British support of Zionism. And the idea was, in the words of one British official in Jerusalem, to create a little loyal Jewish Ulster in a sea of hostile Arabs. That was the idea, that it was not described in the Balfour Declaration of the Mandate as a Jewish state. It was described as a Jewish national home, that this Jewish national home would serve that purpose, as well as giving Britain control of this area to the east of Egypt, and that was the shortest land route between the Mediterranean and the Gulf.
So you've got the Balfour Declaration, you've got the encouragement of Jewish immigration to the land of Palestine, and then something starts happening in the late 1930s, the 1940s, where you've got Jewish armed militias, Irgun, Haganah, fighting the British Army. How did that happen?
That's a gang, the Irgun gang. These are Zionist gangs.
Because to me, that seems a bit topsy-turvy.
It developed because during the Mandate, the Palestinian Arabs tried all kinds of means to object to the Balfour Declaration in the terms of the Mandate, which basically denied their very existence. There was no possibility for self-determination for the Palestinian Arabs, which the Covenant of the League of Nations provided. It said this was a provisionally independent nation, and the Palestinians said, like other provisionally independent nations under Mandate, like Syria.
Provisionally independent. PDF, that ignoramus, so I mean, it's pathetic how stupid he is, said that Gaza relies on, I have to interrupt this, by the way, because it's, copyright law, said that Gaza relies so much on donations, like making it like they're bums. Palestine, before Britain got involved and before they started bringing all the Zionists over, the murderous, rapist Zionists over, it was a place of civility for everybody, Palestinian Arabs and Palestinian Jews, ethnic Jews. And they made it like all the Arabs are these, I think I saw a cartoon once of it, like a map, and then it raises up all these like red, angry people from all the Arab countries. And Israel's just this tiny little kids, blue kids. Like somehow the Arabs don't have anything to be pissed off about. And that as if before they even came, that Arabs were just angry people. That's like saying that Italians are angry people. They talk loud, they eat a lot, just like Arabs, but they're not angry people. Not unless you make them angry.
Syria, like Lebanon, like Jordan.
Palestine was independent. They didn't need any fucking help.
Like Iraq, we demand our independence. And the British said no. The League of Nations has said we're to establish a Jewish national home here, and says nothing about you. You don't exist in the terms of the mandate, which is true. Palestinian Arabs are not mentioned in the terms of the mandate. 7 or 8 of the articles of the mandate are devoted to explaining how Britain is supposed to establish this Jewish national home. So the Palestinians rose up eventually against the British. And the most serious rising.
Wouldn't you, if somebody came over and took over Canada or took over the United States and then said that, said this is going to be the land of ... and this will now be the law. And you're looking around going, wait a second, I don't fit in that group. And so many people don't fit in that group, in those boundaries. Aren't you going to rise up and say, wait a second, no?
Was in the late 1930s. It was so serious that the British lost control of much of the country. And they were not able to send reserves in, more troops in to bolster their security forces there, because this was the period of the Anschluss, the Hitler's takeover of Austria. It was the period of the Sudetenland crisis, and Britain had to hold all its troops in reserve. They couldn't send Indian troops because they were not sure that they would suppress the Arabs. They were afraid that they had sympathy for the Arabs and that they would not perform. So until the crisis in Europe was over, the British were really unable to control the country. They
had so much land and not enough soldiers to control all that land. And the people that they thought that maybe they could ask the Indians, the real Indians, not the people you Americans call Indians, and the East Indians, they were afraid that they would have sympathy for the Arabs, empathy for the Arabs, and not do the things that the British monarchy did do. This reminds me of a line from a Supertramp song called Fool's Overture, in which they have Churchill's famous speech. I think it was Sir Churchill. And he says, the island's sinking, let's take to the skies. Well, this the song does. Song says, the island's sinking, let's take to the skies. That's what he's just describing right now. Their empire was sinking. They took over too much.
Used extremely savage means to do so, however, when they finally were able to get more troops there. In the end, there were over 100,000 British troops. The RAF and the Navy, Royal Navy, were all engaged in suppressing the Palestinians. And this caused enormous suffering to Palestinians. The British would blow up homes. The British would execute prisoners. The British put thousands of people in concentration camps and huge barbed wire.
Sorry. Okay, this is a really good question, Joe. I'm sure that other people have the same question. I'm going to show it. Okay, first of all, there's a place called Pakistan, which is by proxy between, with Kashmir in between, attached to India. So it's hard for us to tell apart Australians and New Zealanders if we're not familiar with them. It's hard for people to tell Canadians apart from Americans if you're not familiar with them. And it's hard to tell Pakistanis and from Indians if you're not familiar with them. But I know I mentioned India and he mentioned India, but we're talking about world troops that England had control of. And so they controlled India, and so therefore they had all those troops they could have sent into the Holy Land and didn't, because they figured that India would sympathize. Now, Zionists, they are Europeans. They're Europeans. They're not from the Holy Land. And they're from Poland, from Germany, from Ukraine, from wherever, right? In Europe, which then migrated to North America. And that's why you've got Europeans here and you've got European Jews here. There is 7.5 million, last that I saw, there were 7.5 million Jews in Israel and 12 million in the United States, almost double of the whole country of Israel. So they're Europeans. They're not, so those are Zionists, okay? They're European and American, and, they're not ethnic Jews. So those Zionists they have invaded and continue to invade Palestine. Palestine is Arabic. Pakistan is Eastern, like Indians are. Whatever you call classified Indians, Pakistanis are like that. And Palestinians are Arabs. And that's what I am. I'm half Palestinian. I'm a Semite. These Zionists are not Semites. Their blood is not Semitic. They are not from the ancient lands that spoke Semitic languages like Aramaic. They didn't speak those languages. They're from Europe, those Zionists. So, the Zionists have invaded and continue to invade Palestine. And they named it Israel and got away with it, and they get away with everything else they're doing. So that's what we're talking about. That's the parameters. We're not mentioning the oligarchy who controls everything for completely different reasons. We're just below that level.
Open air concentration camps. They killed, wounded, exiled, or imprisoned something like 16 or 17%.
This is not, we're not talking about nowadays. We're talking about back in like 1917 or 1930s, leading up to the war, I guess.
Open air concentration camps. They killed, wounded. So until the crisis in Europe was over, the British were really unable to control the country. They used extremely savage means to do so, however, when they finally were able to get more troops there. In the end, there were over 100,000 British troops. The RAF and the Navy, Royal Navy, were all engaged in suppressing the Palestinians. And this caused enormous suffering to Palestinians. The British would blow up homes. The British would execute prisoners. The British put thousands of people in concentration camps, in huge barbed wire open concentration camps. They killed, wounded, exiled, or imprisoned something like 16 or 17% of the adult male population of Palestine. And this was such a serious burden for the British that they eventually shifted their policy vis-a-vis Zionism at the end of the 1930s with a white paper that they issued in 1939, which basically limited their commitments to the Zionists. And the Zionist movement was outraged. And this was the beginning of terrorism against the British by these militias that you mentioned, by the Irgun, by the Stern Gang, and eventually also by the Haganah, which is the main.
Haganah, Stern, and Irgun. These are Zionist gangs they had infiltrated the Holy Land And the British were controlling that Holy Land, and the Zionist gangs were rising up against the British because the British were separating themselves a bit because the Zionists were fucking animals.
The main Zionist militia. All of these, especially the Haganah, had been trained by the British to help them put the Palestinians down. And now they turned against the British as the Zionist movement pivoted away from Britain, which they realized had imperial obligations that that led it to abandon the Zionists. The British cabinet decided World War II is about to begin. We're worried about the loyalty of our subjects in India, who are very pro-Palestinian. The Secretary of State for India writes to the cabinet and says this is an Indian problem now. And they were worried about the Arab countries, where there was great sympathy for the Palestinians as the British were repressing them and
how
bombing
things
them
have changed,
and shooting prisoners.
How things have changed. India is on the wrong side now for the last, I don't know, decade or two. I'm just going to guess that. Given how they've moved through Canada, I'm going to say that it's been a couple decades. They've been on the wrong side. But look at that. Back then, I didn't know that. They were on the good side back then.
And so forth. And they knew they would have to fight World War II in the Arab countries on the southern and eastern shores of the Mediterranean. So Britain shifts its policies in 1939, and the Zionist movement turns against Britain and finds new patrons in the United States and the Soviet Union.
Did Britain have a plan as it withdrew in 1947, 1948 to preserve the peace between Jews and Palestinians in the land of Palestine? Or was it a chaotic withdrawal from the territory and a sense of, well, you guys get on with it, it's not our business anymore?
It really was quite a chaotic withdrawal by the British when they decided to leave. In the face of these attacks on British troops by the Zionist militias, the British eventually decided to abandon Palestine in 1947 and to throw the problem into the lap of the new United Nations.
The new
and so
United
they planned
Nations,
to withdraw,
which was formed right after the Second World War.
On May 15th, 1948, having, as I've said, handed this problem over to the UN in 1947. The UN votes to partition Palestine, giving most of the country to the Jewish minority of under 35%. Palestinians were to get an Arab state, which was never allowed to come into being, incidentally, in less than half of the country in which they were an overwhelming majority, and they naturally found this unjust.
Wouldn't you?
The British, by this stage, were fed up with both sides. They had fought the Palestinians for 3 years in the 30s. They had fought the Zionists for a couple of years after World War II. And they just abandoned Palestine and did so in a pretty, as I think the question is right, a pretty chaotic manner. Remember, they had decided to leave India. And so Palestine as a land bridge, or part of a land bridge between the Mediterranean and the Gulf, and as a shield for the defense of Egypt from the east, becomes less important to imperial strategists. And so they leave, leaving behind total chaos.
Was the Nakba, by which I mean the mass displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, 1947 and 1948, was the Nakba inevitable? Or were there elements of the Zionist movement who seriously considered peaceful cohabitation, not living in a state which was necessarily a Jewish majority, but where they had protected minority status? Or was it always the case that the intention was to displace and erase the Palestinian presence in territories where they'd lived for centuries, if not millennia?
Well, protected minority status.
I can tell you it's millennia, because in the year that Jesus was registered, or, Mary and Joseph or whatever registered on the census, so was my family. And that was over 2,000 years ago. And that's just on paper. So yes, millennia.
Was completely contradictory to the aims of Zionism. The whole point of Zionism, or the whole argument of Zionism, is that Jews cannot live among the Goyim because they are inveterate anti-Semites. And that was the experience, in fact.
Or Goyim is the name that the Jews give the non-Jews. Anybody who's not a Jew is Goyim.
Of many, many Jews over
and I'm not sure if that's a Jewish thing or a Zionist thing, by the way.
Centuries, in fact, millennia in Christian Europe. You can go back to the Crusades, when the Crusaders butchered Jewish communities up and down their course as they went to the Holy Land. You can talk about the expulsion of the Jews from England, the expulsion of the Jews from France, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal in the 12th and the 13th.
These are all Ashkenazi European Jews and Russian Jews, but they're not ethnic Jews, the Jews that Palestinians were neighbors with
in the 15th centuries. And you can talk about pogroms and treating the entire Jewish people as if they were Christ killers, which are elements of Christian theology right up until the 20th century, in fact. So that background made Zionism what it was. There was not just a longing for the Holy Land, which was a religious something that was there in Judaism. There was also which is, if you want the pull, there was the push of living as a minority in a hostile Christian Europe. And so protected minority status was not what Zionism was about. Zionism was about creating a Jewish state. That was the title of Herzl's book. That's what it was all about. Creating a Jewish majority in an Arab majority country requires increasing your numbers and decreasing the numbers of the others. And that's what Zionism is and always was about. Creating a Jewish state in an Arab majority country. You cannot do that without breaking eggs. In other words, you cannot do that without expelling or squeezing into smaller and smaller parts of the country.
Or murdering all those Palestinians. Not just Palestinian Arabs, Palestinian Jews too. They got kicked out too. It was their land too, and they got kicked out. Jews against Jews, because it was not Jews against Jews. It was European Ashkenazi Zionist Jews versus real Jews.
The overwhelming majority.
Zionism at its core. You know how they're always saying, oh, in Hamas's first charter, it says to get rid of Israel, that Israel doesn't exist. That is the whole basis for Zionism. That is the basis for Zionism. Is genocide.
As late as 1948, Palestinian Arabs were 65% of the population. How are you going to create a Jewish state in a country with 65% Arab majority? The answer was ethnic cleansing. Were there some Zionists who wished to live together with Palestinians? Yes, of course there were. There was a Brit Shalom group and others who hoped that some means could be found of living with the Palestinians. For some of them, like Zev Jabotinsky, they would live as a minority within a Jewish state. And in his writings, he argued they should be given protections. But they were not to be a majority. And there's no way to turn Jews into a majority in Palestine without expelling the Arab part of the Arab majority, which is what, in fact, the various Zionist militias up until May 15, 1948, when the British withdrew, started to do, emptying Jaffa of its population of 70,000 Arabs, emptying Haifa of its population of about 70,000 Arabs, forcing them into the sea, and emptying other parts.
Again, they turned that around. They forced the Palestinians into the sea, but because Hamas was saying, push Israel into the sea, they made it like, that's like the worst thing you can say. So then you got Americans and Canadians saying to you, well, yeah, well, you just want to push Israel into the sea. And, you know, that does seem like a good idea. But obviously, you can't do that because that means people. So you can't push people into the sea. So it was them. It was the Zionists who did that. They are experts at any, and see if you think that this sounds familiar in the YouTube skreets. They accuse their victim of what they do, right? They accuse their victim of what they do. Zionists are professional victims, but they're actually the perpetrator. And they accuse their victims of what they do.
Parts of the country, such that by the time the British withdrew, over 300,000 Palestinians had been forced to flee their homes by offensives into Arab areas, some of which were allotted to the Jewish state, to the Arab state under partition, and some of which were allotted to the Jewish state under the United Nations partition plan.
People tend to think of partition plans as being the business of drawing a line on a map and then everyone hops onto the back of a flatbed truck and leaves with all their stuff. But what we know from the partition of India, from the partition of Palestine, is that there is a great deal of what you might call non-state actor violence involved. What kind of violence was involved in the partitioning of Palestine?
All of the partitions in the mid-20th century, which are the work of the British, incidentally, in India, in Palestine, in Cyprus, in Ireland, all of these partitions are
my other half,
accompanied by
Irish.
Violence. In some cases, as you say, by state actors, in many cases by the British, but often by non-state actors. In the case of Israel, these were state actors. These were the militias that operated under the control of the Jewish Agency, which becomes the government of the state of Israel on May 15th, when Israel declares its independence and the state is established. And later the Israeli army. The violence includes massacres up and down the length of Palestine. The violence includes forcing people to leave at gunpoint. The violence includes shooting a few people to encourage the others to leave. The violence includes spreading rumors that there had been massacres and you will be massacred if you don't leave, sometimes forcing people.
They did this before too. I'm sorry, just now in this latest massacres that they've been doing, they spread these rumors of what's coming to try and just chase people away.
People to leave in fear, even before the Israeli forces reached their villages. There was massive, systemic, organized, centralized violence against Palestinians throughout the period immediately before the establishment of Israel, and then for the months of the war when the Arab countries enter Palestine on May 15th, 1948. Another 400,000 Palestinians are driven from their homes, 450,000 after May 15th, 1948, essentially via either violence or the threat of violence. About 20,000 Palestinians are killed in total during this period.
So I'm going to synthesize a lot of the conversations that I've had with people who I suppose would describe themselves as liberal Zionists, because when I talk...
So now when she speaks, she's playing devil's advocate. She's saying the stupid things that she hears comes out of other people's mouths. I'm calling them stupid. She's not calling them stupid.
To them, they'll give an account of the history that goes something like this. Yes, it's unfortunate that the Palestinians were already there, but Jewish people had to flee for their own safety. And when they did, it was the Palestinians who never accepted the existence of a state of Israel, that they didn't accept the UN's partition plan, and that every time there's been an overture of peace from Israel, it's been rejected wholesale by Palestinians out of a mix of, I don't know, clinging to grievance or embedded anti-Semitism. How much truth is there in that narrative?
Now, this is where he's going to take apart that stupid fucking narrative, that lying fucking narrative. Because even if it's got a grain of truth in it, it's spun to beyond recognition from the truth.
The first part of the narrative is actually correct. The Palestinians did not accept the creation of a Jewish state in an Arab majority country. They did not accept the amputation of part of what they understood was their country to create a Jewish state. They hadn't created the anti-Semitism.
They hadn't created the anti-Semitism, mostly because they are Semites.
That drove Jews from Europe. They hadn't closed the doors to immigration to the United States and Britain and other countries which refused to take in Jews fleeing persecution.
So they refused to take in those Jews, and Palestine accepted them.
Like Balfour's Alien Exclusion Act, or like the callous refusal of the United States to allow in Jewish refugees from Hitler before World War II. And they did not accept that they didn't have a right to self-determination in their own country. So no, they never accepted the idea of a Jewish state in a country which was overwhelmingly Arab. As far as Palestinians were concerned, it was their country.
Would you accept that?
And so the Palestinians end up being the victims of victims. And they weren't the ones who created the first group of victims in the first place. It was the virulent anti-Semitism of Christian Europe over millennia, culminating, of course, in the Holocaust.
Hold on one second. Just want to make mention of Mickey Mouse, who just showed up. Nice to see you. Well, I was on last month, just over a month ago. Joe, I saw both sides saying push them into the sea. Okay, well, at least you saw both sides. Oh, Slow Burner was being nice. I hope he has a good night too. That settlement nonsense. The settlement, okay, Joe, the settlements are not nonsense. Unless you're just being glib to be funny. It's not nonsense. It's murderous. What Israel, what the Zionists have done. Welcome, Mickey. What the Zionists have done is to not only take over most of historical Palestine, but in the parts where they say that can be, as if they've got the right to even hand it out to anybody, but where the Palestinians can be Palestinians, what they call the Palestinian territories, which the whole goddamn thing is Palestinian territory, but what they call the Palestinian territories, they also embed murderers in there, and they're called settlers, and they get away with murder every fucking day. They shoot at children, Palestinian children, on their way to school, and they get away with it. They get away with everything they do. The IDF soldiers, the Israeli soldiers, will even back them up. Settlers are no joke. So the Palestinians have their olive farms, let's say, for instance, and they can't go out and harvest those olives from those 100-plus-year-old olive trees that their family farmed in most cases. They can't go out there to harvest because the settlers who have put their houses with American money, like that Jared Kushner or whatever piece of shit that satellites Trump, he puts money into these settlements to house European Ashkenazi Zionist Jews, and sometimes they're not even Jews, and put them on that land surrounding the Palestinians. So the Palestinians are not safe. They get murdered on a regular basis, especially it increased in the last 8 months before October 7th. That is one of the main reasons why October 7th happened. Because in the 8 months prior, the violence, especially from the settlers, had increased so much. And Palestinians are just dying and never getting any justice for it. So the settlers, the settlements are not just nonsense. It is a murderous tool of the genocide. Where was the original Jews, if not Israel? No, the original Jews, the real Jews, the ethnic Jews of historic Palestine are those Jews. They are the real Jews. And we don't have a problem with them. They're not the Jews. They're the real Jews, but they're not the Jews that the Palestinians have a problem with, or that the rest of the fucking world has a problem with, because they keep on trying to get them out of their countries. Those are Ashkenazi Jews, European Ashkenazi Jews. They are not Jewish by blood. They are not the ethnic Jews. They are the product of some megalomaniac in Europe, the way I understand it, some megalomaniac in Europe who wanted a cult and named his followers Jews. And he probably, I guess, used the books of the Jews to control them as his fucking cult. And now, all these centuries later, the Zionist Ashkenazi Jews who think that they're real Jews, who call themselves Semites when they don't have a drop of Semitic blood in them, those are the Jews that you're talking about. They don't belong in Israel. They belong in Europe and the United States, apparently, because there's 12 million of them in the United States, more than there is in Israel. So they don't belong in the Holy Land. But the ethnic Jews definitely do. Absolutely, 100%. The same as Palestinian Arabs. Just the same amount of rights. Equal. We had way more people, but they're completely equal. The splinter groups are amongst the Zionists. There are splinter groups. The Zionists are not the real Jews. They are new Jews by name only. Well, I can't say name only because their cult leader gave them the Jewish books, so they follow the Jewish books, but they're not following them, are they? Because what they're doing in the name of Judaism is not Judaism. They are besmirching the name Jew by their actions. The settlements have been constantly advancing. Proof they were already going to take the entire... Oh, yeah, but Palestinians say that, but they do this on purpose. They conflated the word Jew with a Zionist, so that when you say it, you say the Jews, but you mean the Israeli Jews, not the real Jews. So the Israeli Jews, the Israelis, the Zionists, say they're the victims of violence, say they just want a Jewish country in peace, and they say that they don't want to, that they're not, they're not intending on taking the whole country, but all their actions do. And even their genocidal actions back up with their words. They have said to that effect, and not just the Yahoo that runs Israel. Also, Ben Gvir, his I don't know, Adolf had his buddies, right? Stalin and I don't know. I'm not big on world wars, and don't really pay attention to that shit. But I know that he had his cohorts. So there was Stalin, there was somebody else. And so that's, no, because Stalin was another country, wasn't he? He was Russian, I think. Anyway, the Yahoo has Ben Gvir and a whole bunch of other right-winged Zionists whose family is not from there, who are running the country, saying genocidal statements. Now, I think we're all animals. Humans are animals. I don't just think that. That's scientific classification. We are animals. But when you refer to humans in politics, in what do you call it? The nicest diplomacy. You do not call the people that you are bombing the shit out of, you are committing a genocide, call them human animals. That was an indication we don't even measure up, because all they do is dehumanize Palestinians. That's their whole thing, is to dehumanize Palestinians. They don't talk about what they did with the Palestinian Jews, because Palestinian Jews, I don't even hear them speaking up. No, there isn't one, Bilbo. Fractions of chaos is in every race, but who carries the path? Well, I'm not at that point in the story. Mickey. Same as me. I'm white from the UK, but I never hurt anyone. Are you asking me if you've ever hurt anyone? I don't know. I don't think you hurt people. That's why you have a wrench. Well, Bilbo, if you don't like it, go find somebody else's channel. I'm here for me. If you want to be here for me, that's cool. If you don't like the way I do things, I'm sure there's another channel that's live right now. You can say, I didn't ban you yet, did I? Have your say from the chat. This is my podium. I'm making a presentation, and you can flip off. I have no idea if that's Crink. I don't know if Crink really remembers me now. I don't know. Who cares? I don't care. I'm only here for real people. I'm not here for, or at least people who are being real at the moment that they're with me. I'm not here for people who just fuck around and make no sense. Not yet. Not yet. I haven't banned anybody today, and they've been rotten, some of them. But then one of them came back and he was nice. So. Oh, cool, Joe, and I'm so glad that you're listening. And I'm going to continue now. Thank you, Mickey Mouse.
The rest of the narrative is rubbish. In other words, the Palestinians did not, it's correct, accept the idea of the creation of a Jewish state and the amputation of part of their country. In fact, the larger part of their country in the partition plan. The Palestinians owned over 80% of the arable land and 94% of the total land of Palestine in 1948.
I believe arable land means something to do with water or farming. 80% of the arable land.
55% of which, that country, was to be given for the establishment of a Jewish state. It was a manifestly unjust partition. Even if one accepted the principle of partition, that a minority should get most of the country, was outrageous. But that was what the United Nations decided on. The United Nations General Assembly decided on. Thereafter, there were various attempts at a peaceful resolution of this. The United Nations pushed Israel hard to accept the return of refugees, which the United Nations voted for in December of 1948. It said that refugees have the right to return and compensation.
But Israel doesn't listen to a fucking thing ever since they said they could create Israel. Israel doesn't listen to the UN at all. AC wants unbanned for what? For fuck shit? All he does is badmouth me, and he used to come over here and talk some sense, but I don't want to deal with his shit. He's got his channel. He does his shit in his channel. I don't interfere with him. Besides, he's got 100 accounts. I'm sure he can find one that works. Oh, Bilbo, go get stuffed. The lies are the reason why nothing gets solved. And this is debunking the fucking lies.
And the United States and the international community tried to get Israel to return some of the territories that it had conquered that were to have belonged to the Arab state. And they got nowhere with that. So that wasn't a Palestinian rejection of a Israeli overture. That was an Israeli rejection of a proposal that would have perhaps righted some of the wrong of the 1948 war. There were other attempts in subsequent years to make peace. Most notably, when the PLO changed its charter and changed its objectives and abandoned violence in the 1980s, and tried to negotiate for an independent Palestinian state. I mean, this brings us to a whole other discussion of why that state did not come into being. But it certainly wasn't because the Palestinians weren't willing to live in a Palestinian state alongside Israel. They were never offered a fully independent, viable, contiguous Palestinian state by any Israeli leader or by the United States. That was never on offer. I mean, I was involved in some of these negotiations, and it was clear that what was on offer was, as Prime Minister Rabin said in his last speech in the Knesset, less than a state, i.e. an entity that was not sovereign and that simply enjoyed autonomy under overall Israeli sovereignty and Israeli security control. And that was the position that Israel and the United States have taken, really, in my view, ever since the Palestinians were allowed to begin negotiating on their own behalf in the 1990s. So,
allowed. You see, everything is always that we're allowed to or not allowed to. Palestinians are their own people, and yet they're viewed and talked about like this. Subhuman. And he's on our side and he's talking like this. But that's true. That's the way it was. They weren't allowed to. Even now, the Palestinians only have some kind of special seat in the UN, but they don't actually have a seat in the UN.
That the Palestinians turned down every offer is rubbish if one assumes that those offers included statehood and sovereignty and control of your own borders. They did not. Neither Rabin's offers nor later on offers that were made by Barak at Camp David, Prime Minister Barak, where Arafat and Clinton were negotiating with him, nor a later offer by a later Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert. None of them involved complete Palestinian sovereignty. None of them involved Palestinian control over their own borders. And if the argument is the Palestinians turned down a Palestinian state, that's false. They never were offered a sovereign, independent Palestinian state ever by anybody, nor by the various Israeli prime ministers that I mentioned, and nor, in my view, by the United States. It was never really part of American thinking. American thinking was always tailored to whatever Israel considered the maximum. In my experience of negotiations,
and you can see this in the documentary on my homepage, on the list, about Israel's lobby infiltrating the US and the UK governments. Mickey, I got someone whose head you can cut off. Bilbo Fraggins, off with his head. Apparently he didn't listen properly when I said that this is my podium. This is my pulpit. This is my soapbox. And I'm tired of the lies. The lies, the lies. Everywhere the lies. Even people who sound intelligent like Shiva. Just perpetuating the lies.
The lies! There you go, bitch. The lies.
If you don't like it, go elsewhere. And Mickey, I hope you cut off his head.
Israel, since its recognition as a state, its participation in the international community, been a good neighbor to the countries on its borders, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, because once more, again, a reflection of the conversations I have with people who describe themselves as liberal Zionists, they would tell the story as being one of,
propaganda,
a small, plucky underdog, the only Jewish state on the face of the planet being...
No, they call themselves the only democracy in the Arab world. They are not a democracy at all. at all. That is just PR. I didn't time him out, but that's cool if you did. Thank you. I already gave. Oh, you did. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Thank you. Okay. So, yes, they're not a democracy. They grab prisoners. They call them prisoners. We call them hostages, but they call them prisoners, which they have thousands before October 7th and another 3,000 something after October 7th. They call them prisoners, but they're the same as Hamas taking the Israelis, right? They're hostages. So they take them, and they in their own rules, they have it that they can keep a Palestinian for 6 months without even charging them. And even then, they can extend it and extend it and extend it. That's not a democracy. Listening in on people's phone calls. The whole time I've been alive, I've not been able to speak to my family in Palestine without being listened to by the IDF. They have always listened in, always. Long before Snowden told us about how the governments are listening to us. Long before, Stupid 19. They were listening in. They are not democratic. It's a fucking lie.
Besieged by Arab nations.
And they're not besieged by Arab nations. They piss people off.
Again, if I could ask you the question of how much truth is there in that kind of narrative?
That is the assiduously cultivated narrative that Israel has propagated with enormous success, especially in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
And they have a success because they own all the fucking media.
And into the 1980s, tiny little Israel besieged by vast hordes of furious Arabs. Let me say something else about this claim of anti-Semitism, that Arab Palestinian hostility to Israel is motivated by anti-Semitism. Palestinian hostility to Israel is motivated.
Now, this is going to be the part that explains that this is not Palestinian versus Jew. It is in Muslims versus the Judaism. Okay, that's the way that they try to package it to everybody else, but that's not what it's about.
Motivated by settler colonialism, by people who come in and take on other people's land and say we are the only people entitled to that land. In fact, that statement that only the Jewish people are entitled to self-determination is part of the Israeli constitution as a result of a law that was passed in 2018. It's part of the program of the current Israeli government. It was part of the program of the Likud party in 1977, that there only be Jewish sovereignty between the sea and the Jordan River. That's the platform of the Likud party, which has dominated Israeli politics since 1977. So that which is one, you can describe it as settler colonialism, or you can just describe it as taking another people's land. If the people who are doing that had been Martians.
I know that they were doing that, Joe, because they would go and round people up in their homes after phone calls. In fact, I don't think they even make a secret of it anymore anyway. They round people up in their homes like fucking Nazis and keep them without a court date and without a charge. I'm not mad at you, Joe. And the question's not stupid either. I just, emotional about the topic.
There would have been resistance. If they had been from Mozambique or Portugal, there would have been resistance. The fact that they were Jews is incidental to the resistance to a process of dispossession, as any indigenous people did and would have done. The Palestinians resisted an attempt to take away their country, which is what Zionism embodies. It's not just the desire for a Jewish national home or a Jewish state. It's a desire for a Jewish state in a specific place that had an Arab majority that had to be reduced and that had to be dispossessed and whose land had to be stolen. And it was that the Palestinians resisted, not because the people doing this were Jewish. They happened to be.
What was the significance of the 6-day war in terms of shaping the experiences of Palestinians? Because we know what the Israeli narrative of the Six-Day War is. It's a sort of miraculous triumph of the underdog against a host of Arab nations. But what did it mean for the Palestinians in practical terms?
The Six-Day War is the other October crisis war that you heard about when October 7th happened this year. You then started hearing about another war that had happened 50 years prior. So that's the Six-Day War, if I'm not wrong. Somebody correct me if I am wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's the Six-Day War.
And one of the great myths is that Israel is always outnumbered and beleaguered, and it is true. It's surrounded by a large number of Arab countries which have much larger populations, but the Israeli army has always been superior to all the Arab armies put together. It defeated them decisively in 1948, smashed the Egyptian army in 1956, and in 1967, it defeated 3 Arab armies with a surprise attack in 6 days. So that perception is entirely false. Israelis' insecurity is real, but the fact is, as everybody knew, including the Israeli military, the Israeli military was infinitely superior to the Arab militaries at every stage of every war. And that's true certainly to this day in terms of conventional armies. The experience of the Palestinians was another Nakba on a much smaller scale after the 1967 war. In addition to conquering the Jordanian...
Nakba, el-Nakba means the disaster. So the disaster was being displaced from their homes and being murdered and chased away. That's what the disaster is. That's what a Nakba is.
Annexed West Bank and the Egyptian-administered Gaza Strip and the Golan Heights and the Sinai Peninsula, which are respectively Syrian and Egyptian. The Israeli military expelled as many as 250,000 Palestinians from a number of villages, from refugee camps along the Jordan River, and many people in the Jerusalem area. So this was another forced expulsion of large numbers of Palestinians. And there have been many of them. Another disastrous war, the end result of which was Israeli occupation that has lasted for the past 56 years of the West Bank, of Arab East Jerusalem, and of the Gaza Strip.
How has the nature of Palestinian resistance changed over time? Why did the PLO change its strategy in the 1980s, which I think you mentioned earlier in our interview?
Yeah, I did. Well, the Palestinians have resisted in a variety of ways ever since the imposition of the British Mandate, which told them that they didn't have a right of self-determination in their own homeland. They resisted with strikes. They resisted with boycotts. They resisted
6 days, 7
militarily, especially during the Great Revolt of 1936 to 1939. After 1948, when the Palestinians basically lost their country entirely, and parts of it were taken over by Jordan and Egypt, the Palestinians began again to resist, primarily militarily. And after the occupation of 1967, through strikes and boycotts and demonstrations and petitions and attempts in international fora to achieve Palestinian rights. So the Palestinians resisted on multiple levels: diplomatic, informational, strikes, boycotts, demonstrations, and military means. In the 1970s, something.
See, now that point needs to be made, needs to be underlined. The Palestinians have not wanted to make any violence whatsoever. But every time they do something non-violent, BDS. I forgot what it stands for. But it was don't buy anything from Israel. Anything that's Israeli made, don't give your money to it. Right? Divest. Sorry, just eating mango. I'm so lucky to have a mango. So, but that was ruled illegal in some countries because that's where the Israeli lobby has a strong foothold. So they made the action of resisting by not buying anything Israeli. They were suffering. Monetarily, they were suffering. And they are the welfare state. They get billions and billions of American tax dollars. Billions and billions every fucking year. And weapons galore. High-tech weapons to fight people who up until a few decades ago only fought with stones.
Fundamental change, which was that the Arab countries, in launching the October War against Israel, which was an occupation of Egyptian Sinai and Syrian Golan Heights, limited their aims to the liberation of those territories that had been occupied in 67. And that really forced the Palestinians to limit their aims and eventually to limit their means. So previously, the Palestinian aim was the liberation of all of Palestine, i.e. somehow restoring the situation as it had been before, with the difference that the Palestinians now called for a single democratic state with Arabs and Jews living equally. They shifted both in terms of means from armed struggle to peaceful means, and in terms of aims from this creation of this single democratic state in all of Palestine to the idea of a Palestinian state alongside Israel. And it took many, many years for that evolution to take place, from the early 1970s after the 73 war up until 1988, when the Palestinians openly accepted Security Council Resolution 242, which says you accept every state in the region and you live at peace with them, accepted the idea of partition.
Hold on, let me read the chat. When you get a chance, Kat, send me a link to this video. I got a buddy who doesn't believe Israel is doing any of this. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I will. I can't right now because I'm playing it off my computer. I downloaded it and I'm playing it off my computer. But I will send it to you at the link. Boycotting, right? Thank you. Boycott, divest, and I don't know what the S stands for. But yeah, it's a peaceful way of resisting and holding them accountable. And they made it into like almost like it's some kind of terrorist movement. Anyway.
Along the 1967 lines, which would have provided a Palestinian state with a capital in East Jerusalem, and eventually entered negotiations. So they shifted significantly in the 1980s, both in terms of objective and in terms of means.
How and when did Hamas emerge?
Hamas emerged exactly at this juncture, when the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which was the recognized representative of the Palestinian people, and which had diplomatic representation in over 100 countries.
That was led by Yasser Arafat. And it went through a lot of changes along the way, because as the occupation continued, they tried different means. And so they came to the conclusion that the only way to deal with this on a world stage is to use diplomacy. And so they became diplomatic, which kind of pissed off some people who were still angry, who have lost people and there's been no accountability for it. So, and some people who just can't accept the unfairness of the whole thing. So the PLO changed in, I guess he's saying in the 80s, to being a more diplomatic way of having resolutions. And this now gave birth to Hamas. And there are other fighting factions that have nothing to do with Hamas. They're their own group. So they would be like splinter groups from the fighting side. But Hamas was formed at the time that the PLO were adopting the more diplomatic and leaving the more military way behind.
when the PLO shifted its objectives and said, we no longer are aiming to liberate all of Palestine, Hamas picked up that objective. And when the PLO said, we're going to renounce violence and we will try and achieve our aims by peaceful means, Hamas appears at exactly the same moment. So the Palestinians are making these shifts in the late 80s. Hamas arises in 1987 and preaches both armed struggle and the liberation of the entirety of Palestine.
In terms of how the left talks about Hamas, it seems that there is a split between those who want to adopt the framing of Westminster and Washington. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They are an illegitimate political force in Gaza. And then there's another line of thinking which frames Hamas as a national liberation movement. Are these two things which are necessarily opposed to one another? And what is the best way to make sense of Hamas politically?
Now remember, he's not going to answer on the oligarchy level because they have totally different objectives. Having us fight is what they need, but what we're fighting about means nothing to them. But they are, I'm sure, the Zionists who are at that top echelon that are controlling all the 3D stuff with money. And Hamas is also in that, under that umbrella, because they get money through that network as well. But he's not going to answer on that level. He's going to answer on the level just below that.
I mean, I think you first have to deconstruct the terrorism framing. Hamas carries out acts that are violations of international humanitarian law and that may be war crimes. So does Israel. So do other countries. We don't call a country that has killed 15,000 Palestinians from the air and with artillery bombardment a terrorist state, because what states do never is applied. That term is never applied to states, but that's what Israel has just done. You can also describe them more.
They were built on terrorism by the terrorist gangs, Irgun, Stern, and Haganah, I think it was called. They were formed on the basis of terrorism. And all they do to the Palestinians is terrorism. But in true Zionist fashion, they turn it around on their victim and say that that's what they do, when they are just trying to fight for themselves.
Neutrally, the killing of all those people as violations of international humanitarian law and as war crimes, which is what I would do. And if you're going to use the term terrorist, I think you have to use it across the board. Killing of innocent civilians is a violation of international humanitarian law, and you can call it terrorist if you want. I don't use that terminology. So, does Hamas use violence against civilians? Yes, it does. Are those actions violations of international humanitarian law? Yes. Does Israel use infinitely vaster violence against infinitely larger numbers of Palestinians? Yes. 800 Israelis were killed. Civilians, 1,200 Israelis were killed, of whom 800 were civilians on or immediately after the 6th.
What is an Israeli civilian? The only person who could be an Israeli civilian would be an Israeli child up to a certain age, which would be 16 or 18, when they join the Israeli army and cease to be citizens. They are now part of the army that comes against Palestinians in their own homes. That is not a civilian. So I don't know how this 800 civilians comes from, because I doubt that there were 800 children, right? So that were killed. So and that whole thing with the 40 babies being beheaded has long been debunked. It was a lie, yet it keeps on going around in all the idiot circles as if it's still truth. There's been one or two more lies also that have been debunked by proof. So, but the Western media won't catch you up on that.
Of October. Israel has so far killed approximately 15,000 Palestinians, most of whom are civilians. The application of the term terrorist to the one and not to the other is simply skewed.
Most of them not they are mostly civilians, because Hamas was trained by Israel. They are not what they seem, but like every army getting all their soldiers, they have a line that they give that they are fighting as resistance fighters. So the people that join are honest to goodness resistance fighters. But the people that run Hamas, they're getting their money from those bad places, and they were originally chained by Israel. And I believe it was Israel that dug those tunnels. So it's not what it appears to be. So when he's telling this, I think that it's very important to have a better perspective than what we're hearing, but he's probably not qualified to say. He's only speaking facts that he can prove. So
there are a variety of violations of international humanitarian law, in my view, on both sides. Infinitely larger and vaster in scope on the Israeli side, because you also have deprivation of water, food, electricity, fuel.
Yes, in the creation of what is now the way that Gaza and the West Bank are run, the Israelis control the water going into the territories. They control the electricity flowing into the territories. They're not allowed to be independent. And that means they can cut it off. And that's what they did. They cut off the electricity that fuels the incubators for the babies in the hospitals, and the machines that keep people alive. They cut off all the fucking electricity. They cut off the water. How long can you live without water? How long can you drink seawater for before you thirst to death? They cut off the water. They can, and they did. And they specifically, by design, set it up that way so that they could do that.
Medicine to 2.2 million people. Those are also violations of the Geneva Convention and of other international humanitarian laws. Hamas has also taken hostages, civilian hostages. That's another violation. So I would argue for that framing. I know that there are some people who say it's a liberation movement, and yes, it claims it's a liberation movement, and that is its goal. Incidentally, over the years, Hamas has shifted the uncompromising position that one finds in their 1987 charter to call for some form of a two-state solution. It's very unclear. It's not as explicit as the position of the PLO. But that's something.
See, now, everybody who says to you, oh, well, before they were just saying that the Hamas charter calls for the destruction of Israel, but now some of them have gotten smart and saying that the initial charter, because they changed it. They also adapted to include a two-state solution instead of it's not fair, you stole it, give it back. They're going, okay, fine, you can have some of it, and we want some of it. So that is now part of Hamas's charter, not what the propagandists will have you believe.
Something that's been ignored entirely in the treatment of Hamas. It's benefited Israel to separate the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, to separate the Hamas-governed Gaza Strip from the Palestinian Authority-governed West Bank, to weaken the Palestinian national movement, to treat Hamas as a pariah, while at the same time reinforcing its rule in Gaza, which is what the Netanyahu government and previous governments were doing for many, many years, in order to say there's no one to negotiate with. This lot are terrorists, that lot are corrupt, nobody to talk to. Therefore, we keep stealing land, keep annexing, keep expanding into the occupied West Bank. That's been the Israeli strategy. And the focus on Hamas and its terrorism is part of that strategy.
What were the Oslo Accords?
It helps their narrative.
And why weren't they upheld?
Because the Oslo Accords emerged from
you can't make a deal with an Ashkenazi Jew and expect them to hold up their end of the fucking bargain if they're fucking Zionists. They are not partners in peace. They are not partners in anything. All they want is to gobble up everything for themselves. They never have any intention of having peace or being decent.
Breakthrough that the United States helped.
He'll give you the diplomatic answer now.
To bring about in 1991 when Palestinian and Arab and Israeli delegations went to Madrid and then subsequently negotiated for 2 years in Washington. In some cases for more than 2 years. The Palestinians, I was part of that delegation, Palestinian delegation. I was an advisor. And we were there from October of 1991 until the summer of 1993. We found that the American-Israeli position, and it was essentially one position, was one that would have limited the Palestinians to autonomy under Israeli control with continued expansion of settlements and no control over water or entry or exit or anything, actually, except collecting garbage and municipal administration. And to our way of thinking, because settlements were continuing to expand and there was...
Would you accept that? Would you accept that deal? They had Gaza and the West Bank split so that they couldn't join together and be one state. They wanted to control in between.
There was no hold to that.
I mean, the Israelis wanted to control in between the two territories instead of letting it all be one place, one state of its own.
Because the occupation was to be maintained. And because autonomy under Israeli control was the only thing that was offered, with a promise of negotiations about the rest, but no guarantee that those negotiations would lead to an independent, sovereign, contiguous, viable Palestinian state. We, the delegation negotiating in Washington, found those terms completely unsatisfactory. Unfortunately, the PLO leadership decided it would negotiate directly with Israel and essentially accepted the same terms in the Oslo Accords. So the Oslo Accords created an autonomous authority which had no sovereignty, which had no jurisdiction, and which was under Israeli, continued to operate under Israeli military occupation with the...
And that's why so many people in the Palestinian territories consider the PLO to be corrupt now, because it's like they sold out to Israel. And that's why there's so many people who are angry with the Palestinian Authority and who only see their choice as Hamas on the other side. Because at least Hamas's stated objectives are reasonable, as opposed to, not necessarily their methods. But when you're fighting a war, there's some ugly shit. You're supposed to go within some lines, though, which Israel breaks all the time. They break international law every fucking day of their existence and continue to. On camera. They don't give a shit because they never get in trouble.
The continued colonization of the West Bank and Arab East Jerusalem. Pending all of this, pending final status negotiations, which never led to an outcome that was satisfactory to the Palestinians, of independent, sovereign, contiguous, viable Palestinian state. I mean, that was the whole point from the Palestinian perspective. And that was never really on offer, nor from the Israelis, nor from the Americans.
The last thing that I want to bring up is, of course, the status of Gaza. So again, something which I hear an awful lot from people who would describe themselves as liberal Zionists is that the Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip in 2005, I believe it was a kind of rehearsal for Palestinian statehood, and that because of Hamas, that opportunity was squandered. Once again, how much truth is in that claim that 2005 was a rehearsal for statehood? And secondly, now with so much of Gaza having been rendered basically uninhabitable, what kind of end game are we looking at? Is it a further concentration of the population in the south? Is it something more like depopulation? And
Joe, you still here? Smiley, you still here? Mickey, I'm assuming you're still here. I'm about to switch because I'm going to stop this now and take a little break, which is what drama's for. Take a little break, and then I'm going to get into the spiritual stuff. I suspect Joe's ADHD took over, and he's not listening right now. I really want him here for the spiritual stuff, but I need a little break in between. And that's what drama's for, just a distraction. Oh, I bet Tommy's on. Doesn't he come on at 11? Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure Joe knows what's going on. I'm about to distract myself with some drama, and then oh shit, I wasn't even typing. I'm about to distract myself with a bit of drama, and then I'll get into the spiritual stuff, which I hope Goddess bless you. You'll be here for. Okay. Your hearts. Oh, you're still here. You gotta get back to work soon. What work do you do in the middle of the fucking night? Okay. All right. Well, now you got to see what it's like when I write you a text message. Okay, so who's on? Gotta find out who's on. Close this window. Open a YouTube window. I have a specific one to click on to get the lives. Chocolate. I did not eat well today at all. Truth Binder's up. Yep. Toxic Tommy. He renamed himself. Judge yourselves before you judge me. Clout chasing psychopath trolls, aka Bird. Ooh. 11:11. It's 11:11. Okay. God has blessed you. Okay, you want to see a little bit? You asked me about the drama earlier, Joe. And the two best shows that are on lately are Mr. P's and Tommy's. But I don't go there because I'm smart enough now to not want to endure all that negative energy thrown at me. And I want to say something about Eric Lawless. I think he's a fucking sweetheart. And I know he said some really nasty things, but I noticed that the only time he ever lies about somebody or says nasty things is when he's going up against somebody who lies about other people and says nasty things about other people. Eric Lawless, you know how Tommy, he says like he's save a hoe kind of thing, but he doesn't really, because he changes sides. He's as solid as a soup sandwich. He's just got no backbone. But Eric Lawless, he has backbone. He actually does stick up for people. He does question the bullshit narrative. And yeah, he tells some fantastic lies, but meaning unbelievable lies. But they're unbelievable. You don't believe them. And he's just doing it back to what those people do. He doesn't do that to other people. I think Eric Lawless is a stand-up guy. And I think it's a shame how Tommy and Mr. P have treated him when he was their friends. And he was with Tommy while Tommy was being gaslit. And Eric Lawless was standing by his side. It was like, okay, it's like you're drunk, brother. I'm just going to let you be drunk. I'll be here to make sure you don't get hit by a car. So that's how Eric Lawless was on Tommy's panel. And then Tommy decided that all his new cool friends didn't like Eric Lawless, and so he started making fun of Eric Lawless with them. When Eric Lawless was there for Tommy. I think Tommy should feel bad about that, but that would be virtue signaling. So I'm just gonna watch. I don't go on people's panels and tell them how to behave.
My
And I
subscribers
think Tommy's a sweetheart too,
got
anyway.
to hear my side of my life, and I'm content. Very much so. Very, very much so. We got Boss Bitch.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I'm good.
I think we should go back.
Well, I just wanted
When he
to say a couple things.
started
First
it.
of all,
Sure.
I commend you for talking about your private shit, because in this arena, this community, it's very hard. I've been there. I talked about my own mental illness and fucking shit like that. People like to use that against you. So just be careful. People forget
that was one of the instances, one of the many, many instances that I have gone to people's streams. And now Boss Bitch does a lot of fuck shit that I don't like, but I don't call her on it. What I did do, though, is when she told her story about her own mental illness and her family and everything, I showed her that I appreciated her. I appreciated her telling her story by acknowledging that. I don't acknowledge any of the other fuck shit. I don't acknowledge any of the shit that she's done to Rebel. I just acknowledge the good parts of her that were authentic and sharing herself. And I gave her good comments, sisterly and loving comments. So that's all she's seen from me. She doesn't see how much I object to some of the fuck shit that she does or that she facilitates. She just sees me supporting her. And that's what I've done with so many, almost all of you. Just the ones who came up against me ended up hearing it. But otherwise, that's all I do. And like Katie, the only thing I wrote to her, 2 things. One was she had Brew wrong because I didn't realize that she's acting when she's on the camera. So I was taking her seriously. And she was saying that she was surprised by Brew's actions and that they were buddies. And, you know, I had heard from the other side that they were buddies and stuff. So my heart was breaking for her, losing faith in her friend Rue. So I wrote something on there saying, you have it wrong. You need to listen to it from Rue's point of view. So I wrote that, and then today I went in and said, I like your painting stream. That's what I put forth to other people. They don't see all the stuff I'm thinking that's not nice, because I'm trying to encourage anything that's true and honest and good about everybody, all my brothers and sisters. My thing isn't showing. Oh, okay. I thought you wrote something. I think we should go. I don't know. I want to see what it sounds like. Boss Bitch is going to call Tommy on something.
That even though we're behind the screen and we do fuck shit, that we are real people.
Yeah.
With real feelings.
Yeah.
And they just want to tear you apart because it's easy. So I commend you for sharing your story.
This sounds like a butt is coming.
And just be careful. Just be careful with what you do, because they will use it against you. I know that it's hard not to fight back and say shit to people, but just be careful in what.
Oh, come on.
What you say, and try not to let things super bother you, because it's only going to end up hurting your own mental self in the end. So.
No doubt. Yeah, this will be the only night I talk about this. I'm not going to address this stuff anymore after tonight. And it just is what it is. You know, people either like it.
Yeah, there was no but.
They don't. And
I want to see what his monologue was at the beginning.
I'm not going to address it anymore.
To see where his head is
they can
at.
continue to talk about it if they like. But you're not going to hear me address that anymore.
Keep doing you, and don't worry about what other people think. STL, you say that you're a real person, you're a real piece of shit, and I will continue to tell you.
Leave out the back of my school, the press out to get me. Envy people who envy you, can't keep them close. They might give a quote.
I like all the Eminem music he plays.
Dog food and made it bark. I learned how to eat with sharks.
People know who the fuck Bird is.
Okay, you listening, Joe?
By a certain couple individuals. What's up, everybody? What's good?
If I try to put on
hopefully
1.5,
my audio
is
working pretty good tonight, so you can hear everything I have to say. Just wanted to say what's up to the people. There's been a lot of fucking slander going around in this sector about my name by a certain couple individuals that want to paint their narratives. And you people know who the fuck Bird is. So, you know, I'm not going to go into the history of everything that fucking psychopath has done in this sector and to you people. I've heard enough stories and enough shit. Nobody should give a fuck what this fucking loser has to say. Like, this fucking psychopath is desperate for fucking content.
What's going on? What's truth?
Desperate.
No, see, you are wrong again. She is there to encourage him. Yeah, okay, I was wrong. I just said that I said, oh, okay, there was no but. I did not lie. What's truth? Me guessing at something is not a lie. Go swim in your own filth, you fucking troll. Mickey, if you're here, feel free to use What's Truth as target practice. He does not deserve the privilege of being in my chat if he can't tell the truth. Liars don't belong in my chat.
For things to talk about. And this live stream is not for his dumbass or the skank that he rolls around with. Both of them can get fucked. This live stream is for you guys. For subscribers that come here, listen to me talk, chop it up with me on the panel, and then may want to know the real story and not listen to the lies man has been saying on his channel. Like, you're a fucking moron, Bird. Like, I don't know what you're reading or if you're just straight up fucking lying out of your fucking scuzzy fucking mouth. Because I have never been pulled over with my kids in the car for not having them properly restrained. So I would love it, Bag, for you to put your receipt up on that. Never fucking happened, bro.
He'd have to dox you to do that, though.
Love to see that receipt. You're also telling people at high school and look for girls to go home with because my kid's mom was 18 when I met her, 19 when I conceived my son, and damn near 20 years old when she gave birth to him.
Uh-oh, the numbers changed again.
These shit show participants, Skanky Steph, Psychopath Bird, morally outraged by me.
That's not me. That's his connection, I think.
That's fine.
It's a combination of both.
Morally outraged. They can go on their channels and they can cry till the fucking cows come home. Because I can give a fuck. This is the only reason you know about my history is because I gave it to you. Because the reason that I even came on YouTube in the first place was to try to help people. Not embarrass people, not ridicule people.
But you lost your way, Tommy. Because you did end up ridiculing people and making fun of people. And you considered the other people who did that to be worthwhile making friends with. And you abandoned those who were good people and who were here before you switched. Like Eric Lawless, who sees the good in you and doesn't exploit it like the other demons that you surrounded yourself with.
People not look for holes in their stories or put false. Called me a fucking child molester the other night on Miss Thang's panel. You're no different than Joey, Bird. You're just another fucking Joey Amico in these streets, probably doxing people, telling lies,
Probably doxing.
desperately for content, and ultimately performing a fake fucking suicide. Now, I have two reasons why I think you may have done that. None of them are good. First of all, you should have never fucking.
Now, that was part of what broke my heart with Bird, was because when he did that, offing himself thing on August 11th, 2022, I thought he was making a point to all of his buckshit friends about how far they were going to hurt other people, and that it could lead to something like that. So I thought that it was a good reason why Bird did what he did. But I must have been wrong, because I made him into this character who was going to clean up the hearts of the assholes, and he doesn't have any intention of that.
Fucking did it in the first place. That's why I'm calling you a fucking psychopath. That shit is serious. And to make a joke out of it is a fucking disgrace. That's who you are. When you're looking to befriend this person, remember this shit. And don't be afraid ever. A lot of you people are afraid of Bird. Don't be afraid of him. Who the fuck is he to be afraid of? Who the fuck is he? Another fucking loudmouth on the internet.
He'd agree with you.
Never be afraid of fucking Bird. Dox my whole fucking history if you want. Put it all out on the fucking live stream. I don't give a fuck. I own every last bit of my history. I came on this platform. I told my story. I opened up about being addicted to drugs. I opened up about how I met my kid's mom, who was homeless when I met her. Another fact you didn't know. Ultimately, what wound up happening. Now, obviously, not in the throes of addiction. I wasn't going through the problems that I was going through. I probably would not have slept with a young woman so soon. But I was in the throes of addiction, and Skanky Steph wants to know what I had in common with my baby mom. Well, at the time when I met her, if you want to know real fucking talk, we had pills in common. Straight up. We fucking bought, sold, and used pills. Allegedly. That's what we had in common. That's how we bonded. It was not planned.
Truth.
My boys were not planned whatsoever, but I would never in a million fucking years give you the satisfaction of saying that they were ever a mistake or an accident.
I never heard anybody say that.
You'll never
But I
hear
heard him
those
saying
words
that he's
come out
never
of
going
my
to say
mouth.
that.
Because my two boys are the absolute best thing that has ever happened in my life. And I strive to do better each and every day.
Bravo,
you guys
son.
all know. I put it all on the table. The whole reason I told you about methadone was to educate people about methadone, Suboxone, Vivitrol, MMAT.
Okay.
So my medicine is really none of your business. My fucking baby mom is none of your business. My history is none of your business. But since you're so fucking concerned, Bird, I figured I'd tell you what a dumb motherfucker you've been. And how you've been running around here just spitting lies left and right just because it sounds good. Sounds good to say that I was with a 17-year-old. Sounds good to say I was strangling a 17-year-old. You sound like a fucking psychopath. And every bit of that is a lie. I never, ever put a hand on my kid's mom, period. Period.
See, now in my view, had he have not wanted to make friends with mean kids, he would not be in this position. It's like he sold his soul, and now he's upset about the terms of the contract. But he didn't know the terms of the contract, because him and Mr. P and Angel and Quick Bick and everybody else who's from Vegas Valley, they were already targeted before they ever even splintered off. Because it seems to me that the powers that broke up and decimated Vegas Valley Joe as a human being intended on not leaving a trace of the Vegas Valley community. In effect, committing genocide on the Vegas Valley community, YouTube-wise. So as soon as they set up shop, they were already a target. And it's a game. Ruining people's lives is their game. And depending on how much of yourself you put on here, your life can be in some form of danger. So he sold a piece of his soul, and now this is the consequences.
And the time that I did get arrested, I was defending myself driving down a fucking highway, trying to take two women back to their home, out of the drug zone. And they didn't want to go home. Drug addicts who use drugs on a regular basis want to keep using drugs. They don't want to stop. A lot of times they don't want to see their family because it puts them into immediate guilt, and they get scared. And the minute she realized she was going to go see her mom, and I was taking her there, all hell broke loose right on the highway. What happened? She immediately hopped out the whip with her sister and ran into another car and went to a police station and put a charge out on me. She was so angry that I took all her shit out of that house and was bringing it back to her mother. And that's what happened. I got 2 years probation for it. Simple assault. I was defending myself. It wasn't my baby mom.
Well,
my baby
mom.
mom.
Law, you took a hostage, really. You kidnapped a couple of people. But I totally understand it. It's just, it would be called kidnapping under the law. So you're lucky you didn't get charged with that. But bringing them home to their moms didn't usually, it's like kidnapping somebody from a cult. Is that against the law? It probably is. But I don't blame them. It's the street way.
18, damn near 19. Conceived my child when she was 19, and she almost gave birth when she was damn near 20. And I'm sorry if I didn't have your facts right away for you. It takes a special person to be so concerned with somebody else that they got to go root and find things about them to try to expose them. Like, what kind of life?
You say special, I say sicko.
Yeah. The people that supported me doing that outreach. So don't get it fucking twisted. What up, Golden Eyes? How you doing tonight? Got the link. See if anybody wants to hit the fucking link. And I got no problem with Bird hitting this link either, if he wants to. Come on the fuck up. Let's go question for question. Keep it nice and quiet. We can keep it nice and cordial. You ask me a question. I ask you a question.
Who's that?
We're going to do a short screen tonight. Just
your audio's doing something there, Tommy.
Yeah, I'm changing my headphones.
Quick pick.
Unlike someone who needs to change their self for cushions, but so
These cushions don't come out, dude. Hate to break it.
They get cummed on. We understand.
Am I good?
You would know about that, dude. So
how would I know about your sofa cushions being cummed on? Because you're
I'm just saying, because you done
Miss
it
Dang,
yourself.
you came through.
And who's
Thank
that?
you.
I don't want
Appreciate
to
you,
hear
Miss
about
Dang.
your little habits there, Vinny.
Go to the furniture
I want to know where
outlet,
Bird is.
get
That's what I
new
want to
cushions.
Where's Bird and where's Steph and where are their
And new set of
questions and
cheese nuts.
statements and judgments?
What's the matter?
The
The
panel is open.
What's the matter?
Bird wants to call me a child molester.
The
Basically,
bird's
because
not
my
the
kids-
word anymore, huh, Tommy?
Nah, bird's not the word.
The bird is
Stay
not
away
the
from
word
bird.
you heard. Bird.
Yeah.
You heard the bird?
Bird is the word. Bird is the word. Bird is the word. I used to love that song. You just got me singing it. Yeah, it was like an upbeat song. What up, Tammy?
That's what
Good to see
Rudy
you.
sings when he sucks those farts out of his sofa cushions.
Hey, yo.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I just said
He's
it
looking
about you.
forth.
No, that's
No, I mean about yourself, dude.
How you doing, top of Julia's head? Good to see you tonight.
Tell me
Hope
about
things have been good
yourself,
with you.
dude. How many times can
Cap
Rudy
Gun is
say,
in the building.
yeah.
Cap Gun says, "Here comes the screams."
Yeah.
Here comes the screams.
I'm Rudy right now, Tommy. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to do that too, though. It's a nervous reaction. It's not a nervous reaction. It's just a.
It's his
I used
tell.
to do
It's like
that.
he's got nothing else to
It's a
say.
tell. It's a tell. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
exactly.
Like if you play poker. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't play poker.
Now look,
Rudy.
Tommy, he's gonna defend the yeah. Watch. He's gonna defend the yeah. Why he said
It really bugs the bullies when their plan is not working properly, because what they try to do is there's a whole team of the bullies and each one of them has a specialty or something they do really well, and they'll have different ways, the friend troll, the long troll, or somebody infiltrates, pretends that he's a friend, hangs around the panel all the time, makes friends with one, but fights another of that group, and then slowly drives a wedge in between Tommy and Mr. P, in between Vinny, in between Eric Lawless, so that they're now looking at the people that they considered their YouTube friends before. They're looking at them funny or going, you know what, you don't fit in my group anymore. And then eventually the bullies will just drop all of you. But you guys will have done despicable things to each other, so a lot of the friendships won't pick back up again because it'll be too late, because you showed a very ugly side to somebody who you used to be friends with. So now we got Vinny and Tommy and maybe Vic. I don't know. I get Vinny and Quick mixed up, but Quick talks slower, so that's usually how I tell them apart. So Tommy's with his buddies. Now, I've got a video I put out of Tommy and Vinny talking about Joe Pesci, a scene with Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro. And they're having fun on the panel, and they're just shooting the shit, talking about the Godfather movies and shit like that. And I love that talk because I love all the mob movies like that. And they're having a good time. I was hoping that one day that'll pop up in Tommy's feed again, and he'll remember what a good time he had with Vinny, because there was a time there where he wasn't being too nice to Vinny, if I remember correctly. So now here they are sitting here, and they've got some of the bad people in the chat trying to drive a wedge in between again. They like one, but they don't like the other, and they're going to make it known.
says it now, Tommy. Watch. Go ahead, Rudy. You may speak now, Rudy.
Nobody else hit the link, winner. I don't know what else to do. I need Need a
Rude dog.
channel number.
You speak pussy.
Hey,
Oh, so
yo,
that
it's
other one. Okay, so that's Mini Pots and Pans. And this is Rude Dog, which is that guy that they try to make into a hero because he's in the fucking military. But then he talks and says, if you've never been in the military, blah, 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 blah. So everybody thinks that makes him a good guy. But I don't see him being mean to people. But I don't know what the hell he's doing right now. If that's him, you can't be a troll slayer, though. If you're a nice person, you can't slay trolls. Except with the truth.
Laura Raider in the building.
Hey, yo, Laura Raider.
What's up, Laura?
Hey, Laura.
What's up, Just Me Sunshine? Good to see you.
Maybe Rude
Great
Dog
to
is
see
that
you,
guy.
actually. Great to see you. Oh, I haven't seen her in so long. Another person that really supported
That's
me
what
a
Rudy
lot
says to his penis.
in my recovery is Just
What
Me
would you
Sunshine.
know
right
about
there.
my dick, dude?
Appreciate you, Just
Nah,
Me.
it's really
Thank
referencing
you.
your belly.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
man.
that's
Everybody's
Rudy.
coming out to support Tommy D
Seem to
tonight.
talk a lot about dick.
Winter
Vinny.
Rose.
You must have a
Well, you just
infatuation
decided
with
to
Rose.
just keep honing in and talking about it right now, sir. So what's your problem?
No, I'm just
Salt is here.
Meh, meh. Hey, yo.
nope, I'm just replying. That's all.
There's
Replying right back.
real reverse kind of peeve that I have. Tommy will talk over top of people. So while somebody's on his panel and he's hosting a panel and they're talking, he'll talk over top. And he's not the only one who does this, but he's very animated when he does do it. He'll talk to somebody in the audience, in the chat, over top of the people that are talking on his panel that he's hosting. It is so fucking rude and has nothing to do with what's being talked about. But then again, people talk over Tommy. So Tommy was trying to talk to his people in the chat, and these other people are talking over top of him. People do that to AC all the fucking time. Just talk over top of him. He's trying to do something of his show, and then other people just talk over top of him like he's not even talking. It's so fucking rude. But here it happens both ways, so there's no one to specifically be angry with. It's just annoying.
So you're gonna get those new cushions or what?
You're gonna get some new lines.
What am I gonna get?
Lines are old.
What am I gonna get?
I missed that.
Used to be funny. Vinny,
He took so long, Tommy. I forgot what the joke was. You're gonna get something, but okay. Checks in the mail. I get it, Rudy. The joke is in the mail.
Oh, you're funny.
When
Yeah,
shall I
sure,
receive
sure.
it, Rudy?
Funny guy.
The pussy that plays with his pussy.
Hey yo.
Hey yo. That's right.
Hammy. So what do you think you're John Barrymore with a fucking pink robe and his pants? Because this is for you. And he put the fucking knife in the bottom of his.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be much drama here, but I love that they're just having a good time. Talking with each other. Laughing. Taking the mick out of each other. See if there's any other drama. Before we get into the spiritual part, let me see when Joe's available. When are you finished work? Oh. Truthfiner's talking about Tommy D.
I literally, accidentally doxed RBR Network. When I was trying to find Rada's docs, RBR.
I think he stole that song as his intro from Shiva. But fuck Shiva anyway. I don't give a fuck about Shiva anyway.
Name myself JT, and this guy won't let me up with this type of flag. Hold on, let me share the screen. Last night he was in the shit show. He was being called a chomo.
Oh, was there a shit show last
child
night?
molester, and that
I didn't even know
his
there was a shit
wife
show
was
last
18
night.
years old, and he's a chomo. Blah blah blah. Long context to it. But it was funny. How he got trolled and that shit. And I'll be honest, I don't really like these people, but I don't like Tommy. I don't like Tommy too. He's a little bitch, and I understand where they're coming from. You know what I'm saying? He's a little bitch that deserves to be trolled like that. And, they're getting a reaction out of this Muppet. Now, obviously, if you want to get a reaction out of somebody, and he'll give you a reaction, he'll go on and on, crying through the whole live stream.
And he didn't even hide it.
Like I want as well, because I'm gonna get Tommy D's fucking ducks, and I'm gonna fuck with Tommy D. I'm gonna fuck with him. Anyway, so we got a person called Rada. He returned, thinking that I did not realize that he returned. I've been watching. I just saw his channel today, and it says Rada, he's back. He's back. So.
Okay, I'm
gonna fuck with Rada.
It wasn't,
but Tommy D as well.
It wasn't the shit show last night, unless the shit show got taken down for some reason. But I didn't see it in my notifications. But I've been missing a lot in my notifications because I don't pay close attention the last few weeks. Oh, well, I guess my timing's all off. Apeirophobia, what's that? Well, then let's look up apeirophobia. APEI. ROPHOBIA. The phobia of infinity or eternity, causing discomfort and sometimes panic attacks. It normally starts in adolescence. Oh, give me a That's a real thing? No, for fuck's sakes. For fuck's sakes. Who is Boss Baby? I thought they meant Boss Bitch, but I think it's somebody else. King Troll had one. Shot with a what? T.I. and Tiny. Sun King. What is today? Monday? Kyle Richards admits to lying. Oh, this was the bullshit story. They told some Jewish man that his daughter was dead. And she wasn't. And they didn't even... I mean, obviously she was scared, but she came back okay. They didn't torture her or anything. I gotta translate. Told this man that their baby girl was dead, which he was glad for because the alternatives were too hard to accept. Susan Bassey, I like her. She's a good accountability activist. Well, that's some nice hair. Save this to watch later. An ASMR thing. There's so many good videos I could play for you guys. But nobody really cares. Just trying to put what I can out there and counter the bullshit. Waiting to hear back from Joe. Suppose I should go back to the VIP room. Have myself a couple cigarettes. But I'm so comfortable here. Man, I love Cher all the time since I was a little kid. I used to watch the Sonny and Cher show. Robert Redmond's up to his shit. Easy no-bake dessert. I see chocolate bars going on the outside of the can. The baking tin. Kit Kats. Kit Kats lining the baking tin. Oreos. Ugh, I hate Oreos. Next. Angel quit panels, but he's still putting up videos. Some Israeli propaganda. Which housewife do you think I have calling in? Oh, I already know the answer. It's Danielle. How many people knew that, though? More people thought it was going to be Sutton, then Danielle, then Lisa Vanderpump, then Ramona or Bethany. Israeli captive in awe of Al-Qassam Brigade something. Hindustan Times. United Nations viewers also watch this channel.
The Deck the Balls with 25% off site-wide at manscaped.com.
I'm just wasting time now. I might start a new one when I start the spirituality one. Oh, it's another one where you have to read it. I can't read it, it's too small. ASMR for people who don't get tingles.
My name is Max. I am the second sheep. Today, I am going to be
Talking is not my ASMR thing. Purple Phoenix. That was 6 hours ago. That was a weird sound. Oh, what is this? Well, that is weird. This thing called Red 2 days ago. This International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Violence against women. And yet, who they put up are women who are fighting as militants. who heroically resist patriarchy, capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, and fascism, sacrificing their lives to fight for a better and just world. That is so weird. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is brought to you by women who commit violence. That's kind of backwards. But it's done by a good guy, so I don't know if you noticed the irony of that. See what's going on in Tommy's name. Oh, there's more people.
Whatever.
I wouldn't expect you to. No, I totally understand that.
So you're saying there's no maliciousness involved?
For me, no. I didn't know. Like I have no problem with you, Tommy. I don't have a problem with anybody except for fucking STL over there. I don't have a problem with you at all.
Were you trying to do things to impress Bird? Maybe. I don't.
Okay, so Tommy is suspicious of Boss Bitch for some reason. I was wrong because she didn't come up there to chastise him about something. It did sound in her voice like she was about to say something that he wouldn't like by, you know, I do the same thing, right? I want people to know I'm coming in peace, and, you know, this is just one thing I'm talking about, not like the whole thing I love, but just this one thing I want to say something about, right? So I guess like that's what I thought she was going to do, but she didn't. But Tommy was suspicious of her.
I'm not sure.
Like he was waiting for the other shoe to drop
Won't
too.
be the first whole light dog.
I don't know.
So okay, we're gotta get the point
They
where they
married
start bringing more people on.
The same exact story. As Scarface, he had prostitution racket when he started the like videos. Like, yes, Bossy Amanda, I want to cover Delphi especially. That case is so crazy.
I understand. I do.
And Malice, like I said,
All of a sudden, he's got 6 people on the panel.
The night, basic for his next live stream, which is basically talking about
Boss
my
Bitch
addiction,
came back up.
me meeting young girls.
No,
you know what it's. You
I
know
can
what he's
speed it
doing,
up
right?
here.
I mean, I'm just curious.
No. I didn't know what he was doing. There was a.
I know. Okay.
The other picture was already in there, and then
What other
he
picture?
was talking about making something. So I
Basically talking about it. So you like gave it to him for his thumbnail. It looks like.
Right. Yeah. I was like, but I didn't.
So you gave him his thumbnail tonight, basically, for his next live stream, which is basically talking about my addiction, me meeting young girls.
Oh.
No, you know what he's doing, right? I mean, I'm just curious.
No. I didn't know what he was doing. There was a.
I know. Okay.
The other picture was already in there, and then he was talking about making something. So I made the meme. Then I was talked to Chicky and to some other people, and when they told me certain things, I was like, all right, that's not cool, and I took it right down. You can ask Chicky, you can ask Junebug. That's exactly what happened. As soon as it was literally up there for like less than 5 minutes, and I was like, oh shit, and I took it right down.
Yo, Mike, what's up, bud? Hey, Mike. Mikey P.
What's good? What's
Oh,
good?
Mr. P.
What's going on here? You guys in trouble?
Mm.
What's going on here? You guys in trouble?
Mm. Stirring up a ruckus.
Yeah.
Starting off the rock. Well, thanks. I mean, I appreciate you telling me, boss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, Tony, I have nothing against addicts or alcoholics. I have lived with them. I currently live with a recovering addict and alcoholic. So believe me, I have nothing of malice against you.
Did you write methadone clinic in that fucking meme by any chance?
Did I write anything on it? I did not write methadone clinic on it. No.
Oh, because it says that.
The background is whatever the background was, and I just took a picture and overlaid it. That was all that I did.
I wonder who did the background to it. Who do you think? Do you have an idea?
Well, obviously somebody else did. But like I said, I took it down.
I know. But do you know who?
Well, honestly, I don't know who. If it was Bird, if it was Steph, I have no idea.
But hold on. So you got this meme.
Yep.
And you added to it, or you made it? I'm confused here. How did it go down?
So there was two pictures. There was a picture in the Discord prior to me entering of the one.
I know that picture.
Right. And then there was another background picture that I took. I just overlaid it, and that's all I did. And I put it up. She talked to me about certain things.
Hold on, I just want to rewind, make sure I know exactly what she's saying. Because the reason why I don't have glowing things to say about my sister Bosch Bitch is because she feigns not being part of something when she really is. So her excuse for going real life on Rebel, which she did before Rebel reacted so badly. She acts like she's in the right when she wasn't. She was making merchandise about Rebel's grandmother, and it was rotten and mean. And she can't just discount that, right? That's the source of Rebel's feelings towards her. So you can't just discount that. That's the kind of thing an Israeli would do. Come on, hurry up. Okay, I'm gonna close the door. Coming in. Come on. Yalla, bro. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you. So, the way that Tommy is questioning her makes sense. But if she says what she did, I'm going to believe her. So if she says that she only did this and this and this, then I believe her. Because I don't actually, I know her as a bit of a gaslighter, but I don't actually know her as a liar. So, but if they ask her to do something with the pictures that they did, which I have no idea what those pictures are, but apparently they were hurtful to Tommy, then I can't imagine that she would not, when she gets the pictures or gets asked to do something, that she doesn't know that it's not going to hurt somebody. So that part I don't believe. But if she says that she didn't do this or she didn't do that, I'm going to believe her.
Discord prior to me entering of the one we
I know that picture.
Right. And then there was another background picture that I took and just overlaid it, and that's all I did. And I put it up. Shippy talked to me about certain things in regards to you and your past, and I said, all right, that's not cool. So I took it down. That was all.
Okay.
Immediately, less than 5 minutes, I took it right down because what she told me, I realized that what I did wasn't a cool thing to do, and I took it down.
Okay.
That's all. Like, I have nothing against you. I have nothing against your past or anything. Sometimes I get a little overexcited making things. So I got a little over involved by making that without knowing any facts. Again, there was nothing of a malicious intent towards you.
What up, Vic?
What's good, bro?
Define malicious.
All right, boss.
What up, Rudy?
It's all good. You know, I don't hold any.
I make sure
quick fix up
like
there.
when people are, got like doing the telephone game, over in the chat.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you in person and let you know what happened. Like I said, I took a background, took a picture that was already in there, overlaid them, and yeah, I tag birded it. And then, like I said, Chicky said something to me, and I said, you know what, that's not cool, and I took it down.
All right. Sounds good.
That's all.
Whatever.
So I just wanted to tell you it in person. That's all.
See, she does get up to fuck shit and tries to act like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. But at the same time, I really don't think she has a bad heart. Like, I don't think that she really wants to hurt people. I think she just sort of dips her toe in there, does something that's mean, pretends she's all flowers, and then dips herself back out again, and then probably doesn't do that many mean things in real life, right? I think it's just, it's like her catching a cold or something. I really don't think she has a bad, a black heart or anything. I think that if she knows that she's hurt somebody, I think that she'd actually feel bad. So she's not a sociopath, I don't think. Hey! But what the hell do I know? I've had faith in a lot of people who disappointed me.
Well, thanks for coming out and telling me.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. And I hope that we're good. It was not done in malice, like I said. It was just, it was something that I jumped into, then realized actually what was happening, and then I took it down.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that shit.
Yeah, I get it. I get where you're coming from.
I mean, you could do what you want, but just don't think I'll be happy about it.
No, I get it. I totally understand. Like I said, I do commend you for telling your story, and that's why I came up and said that, because once I actually knew what was happening and what you were talking about, then like I was like, all right.
I don't know if she said it, but it sounds like she's sorry.
So that's why I took it down.
No, I don't care about it. Don't worry about it. All right, boss bitch. I appreciate you coming up and saying. I'm not. It is what it is. Like, I don't appreciate the shit. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect
whatever.
you to. I wouldn't expect you to. No, I totally understand that.
So you're saying there's no maliciousness involved?
From me, no.
Define malicious. A lot of people say they're not malicious, and
I don't have a problem
they actually
with
are.
anybody except for fucking STL over there. I don't have a problem with you at all.
Were you trying to do things to impress Bird? Maybe.
I don't try to impress anybody. I don't have to. I come around and talk to the people that I enjoy talking to, and then I go to work and go about my life. I did this whole drama bullshit before, and I'm over it. I'm over the fucking bullshit. It's not worth my time. So I did it. I did that.
Well, it would have been nicer if she had said, I did this drama bullshit, and now I'm sorry.
And like I said, within 5 minutes of it,
you didn't know what?
Of it going up, I took it down.
Is she there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you not hear me?
I can hear her, but you're breaking up a little bit.
I'm sorry. My regular mic broke, so I'm using my laptop mic.
Ben, I lost. Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, I it was not in malice. I didn't know. I don't want to try to impress anyone. I have already done the drama bullshit. I've already done all that. I'm over it. I don't even live stream anymore because
I'm about 10 minutes behind.
aren't even worth it. So I go into Discord. I talk to the people that I like to talk to, and then I go about my day. So no, Tommy, it was not done in malice towards you. I wasn't trying to impress Bird. I can guarantee you that. It wasn't. It was just done because I overthink times, and I didn't think about what I was doing. And then, like I said, I talked to Chicky about some of the personal stuff that you're going through, and I said, you know what, that wasn't cool of me, and I took it right down.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing. I have nothing to. I just apologize. It's not going to happen again. And they shouldn't have done it in the first place without figuring out, what the whole situation was.
I didn't actually hear her say I'm sorry, but She just said she apologized, so.
Here and apologize. Like
Yeah, I'm not.
Motherfuckers. Yeah.
I'm not
Bunch of
gonna hold
scumbags.
malice.
But he's not gonna be
like,
stupid enough to just.
We're okay, boss bitch. Don't worry about it.
I'm just letting you know. Like, believe me, I live.
She doesn't. He doesn't know how much.
In that world, Tommy. Like, I have addicts all in my family.
He doesn't know how
I've had
much or how little
people
she
rehab.
has a part
It's not
of any of
something
this.
that I really do joke about. Like I said, I was probably fucking high. I was just like doing something that I thought was funny at the time, and then I found out quickly it wasn't that funny, and that's why it was deleted. So I wish you the best in your recovery and everything, because there's nothing worse.
Don't worry
than,
about it.
I'm just letting you know. Like, believe me, I live
What up, Mikey?
in that world, Tommy. Like, I have addicts all in my family. I've had to put many people into rehab. It's not something that I really do joke about. Like I said,
She sounds sorry, like for real.
High. I was just like doing something that I thought was funny at the time, and then found out quickly it wasn't that funny, and that's why it was deleted. So I wish you the best in your recovery and everything, because there's nothing worse than.
I don't blame him for not trusting her, but
and
you know, because he's part of that
sincerely
crowd.
with all my heart for even.
And I think he's wise not to just
putting that up.
accept it wholeheartedly,
Okay.
because a lot of times people.
Thanks
don't
for
mean their
coming up
apologies.
and talking to me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I'm
I think she
not
really
being
means it.
insincere. I'm being totally sincere about it. And
I know.
I
could
wouldn't
tell.
come up here and say this to you if I wasn't. I could give two shits what half these people in the chat are saying.
Exactly.
None of them are worth the fucking salt that they walk on. So I don't care, as long as you know that I didn't mean any, malice or ill intent towards you. It was just something stupid that I did. I apologize.
Okay. No
All right.
problem.
All right, Tommy. Well, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night.
I hope you have a good night.
Thanks, guys.
God bless. I appreciate her
really
coming
nice. Seems really nice.
She's nice. Yeah, I mean, like, she made a crappy meme. Like, it's okay.
What did the meme say?
Oh, just some shit about addiction and whatever.
The standard low blows.
The standard me.
Yeah. I got you.
It's all good though. Like, I'm so used to hearing it by now. It's just second nature almost. Yeah. I'm used to it. But I appreciate it for her coming up and actually talking to me, like.
Yeah. She's one of them, but she's not really one of them.
Who hasn't made fucking mistakes on YouTube? Who hasn't made a mistake? Stream membership. Yeah, exactly. But I was on the phone with Robert yesterday. I'll make you look 10 times worse than me. Try me.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah. So did you see behind the bar pull up with in Bronx River and
I saw him get bitched out and spit in his fucking face like a pussy that he is.
Yeah, is that the way dude, like
dude, I would have pop the fuck off on that dude. Are you crazy? That fucking close to me.
Must be from the other crowd that they hung out with.
In all the hoods in Philly without a gun. I'm not afraid of that. The hoods. I mean, it's not like people are fucking, dude. People think it's so. It's
Tommy, I know
out
what
there.
you're saying. You can get out of your car in Bronx River without a fucking gun.
Bro. Like, come
absolutely.
On.
Talking tough in the Bronx. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be anything else to watch. I need to make something to eat. Put this one. I made 2 different setups. One was called Queen Sharing, and this one's called Eclectic. But I need more people on the panel to make that happen. I suppose I can give out the invitation now, because I'm going to close it at 6 hours and start a new one. That way, if I have to put up a banner. Opening panel for half an hour. And I can just talk to people while I make my dinner. And then I'll start the new one. Oh, I had it in there. Hold on. Invite. And I remembered to put the bloop bloop on to tell me somebody's jumped up into the basement, so I don't need to pay attention to the screen. I'm going to start to make something. I should probably set up the next one. And then when Joe is ready, I should plug in the phone. When Joe is ready, we'll do the spiritual thing. I don't want him to miss it. Oh, it's in the other room. Come on, Mommy had her cigarette. Oh, I don't have to close the door. I left Joe a message that if he's working, maybe he's not looking at his phone. Or maybe he's not allowed to look at his phone. I don't even know what kind of job he has. I'm pretty sure it's not being a cop. Pretty sure. Can never be totally sure about anybody on these YouTube streets. Put the phone in. When did I start this? 7:07. 7 and 6 is 13. 1:07 in the morning. It's 12:26. Oh, I said half an hour. Opening for an hour. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it from there. Hold on. Plug it in closer. Closer to the laptop.
Having to go through that. And I apologize.
The proof's in the pudding of whoever develops next in that area. And then there'll be another Kensington. And then another Kensington. And another. Yeah, it's slowly moving.
There's Kensingtons everywhere. It's not just Philadelphia. There's Boston's bad. Messenger Miles bad.
Right, and the point about it, though, Tom.
I've never seen anything like Kensington. That's pretty brutal. I remember What's Truth showed something that was going on in Victoria streets. Or not Victoria. Vancouver streets. Oh, maybe that's somebody else's vibe. Yeah. What am I gonna make? You know, I should heat up this. Oh, I made my first beef Wellington. It wasn't exactly a beef Wellington. I kind of fucked with the ingredients because I had to. But yeah, I don't know how much to set the oven for. Put 400. Oh, for fuck's sake. $400. Oh. Forgot to plug that in. Oh, I thought I did plug it in. Why is it not working? Well, that's weird. I know that plug works. And that plug doesn't work either. How's that? Oh, Oh, I think it was the other thing. It didn't work. Okay. Oh, everybody's clamoring for the link. Then I put the link out. Nobody answers. Nobody joins. Okay. Not that everybody's going to make the cut. Only serious people. What am I going to use for this? This one. You like to do that? It's frozen to the glass. I'm afraid me prying it is going to somehow break the glass. Oh well. Oh, I know. Hot water. Not the hottest, because the hottest could break the glass. Just enough to separate the parchment paper from the glass. You good? Water's not getting in? Yes. Yes, sirree, Bob. Just leave it intact. Put another piece of parchment underneath. dog's food in the other one. That's not till later. I enjoy my quiet here. I enjoy being a watcher. But every now and then I gotta come out and talk. Every now and then I gotta come clear up the lies. Even if it's for nobody but me. I'm quite content with that. They're having slop from a can. Poor babies. Couldn't afford to make their gourmet food that I make for them. But they eat it. It's different. Breaks up the monotony. Flatten it out so it eats up quicker. Did it snow? It's a weird sound. It did. It fucking snowed. I missed it. It's nice and new. It up. I got these things that you go in the drain to, catch anything that goes down the drain. Because I was having problems with the drain getting blocked. So for all 4 of the sinks, I got these nets or whatever, mesh things, catches the stuff. But now I got this weird sound going whoop, 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 whoop. Every time the water runs down the pipes. Check Tommy's in a second. See if anything else is happening. Oh yeah. Forgot I have more vegetables to use before they go bad. I'll make a salad. What's going on Tommy's? If it's good, I'll put it up on the video.
Is the government is what my long point here is that since the government operates and all these scumbags, when you say government, they're just human beings. It's just a person.
Shit, look at that.
Yeah, kinds of shit, and they should be enforced.
Oh shit.
The worst areas that are there in North.
Look at
Brooklyn,
this.
it's like,
I mean, I changed it.
It's all beautiful
Look
now.
at
You
what?
have the Barclays Center. You have. I mean, it's like people get the fuck priced out now over there. So then you figure who bought up all this property, who knew. Beautiful. Those have their own stories about it. The era that Vic is describing. I mean, shitholes of city, downtown Brooklyn. Holy shit! Certain areas. I mean, all the boroughs have their own stories about it. But that's what's going on in Kensington, right? On those borderline streets, especially where you got
Mr.
people
P's
who get
still
up
there.
and want to go to work, come home. Been a cop in his whole life. I mean, that's like saying, hey, you got to get heart surgery, but yeah, no, he's home.
So I wonder how Mr. P feels about these conversations. Because he says he doesn't like the fuck shit, but he does like the fuck shit. It's like a certain amount of the fuck shit. Like me, I like a certain amount of fuck shit. But I think my line is a lot closer to the surface, and Mr. P is a little bit more subterranean. Oh, I could have had hot dogs. That's okay, it's a better meal. This is a better meal. Once I can get it put in the oven. I don't know how long it'll take to reheat. I made it myself, so there's no instructions. But I can't even remember what vegetables I put in it. And it's frozen, so I can't separate the ingredients. Looks like it has mushrooms and green beans. Oh yeah, I made that beef Wellington, but I made it out of, I had a T-bone steak I got back in September. And I saved it till I could get mushrooms. And then in October, when I could get mushrooms, or was it beginning of November, I got mushrooms and I made the mushroom paste, mushroom duxelles that goes around the meat. And then I bought some pastry dough and put that around the mushroom duxelle. And you're supposed to put some prosciutto or something in between the mushroom duxelle and the pastry, but that's pig. So I don't eat that. Although I fucking love prosciutto. Of the whole pork products, pig products, I love prosciutto. That's my favorite part. If it was okay to eat pigs, that's what I would want. Okay, so it's in there and it's 12:47. So set the timer for half an hour. Check on it. Half an hour. I should probably make a salad till then. Because I'm freaking hungry. because this is like a chicken casserole, I guess. Roast potatoes and a half a breast of chicken. Because I cut the casserole in half. And vegetables and mushroom soup. My mom was making that before they ever put that on the can. My dad had taught her to her. Just as a different way of having chicken one day. My mom only knew how to make one way of chicken. I don't know what that was, but that was the official story. Okay. Spinach. Half a baby cucumber. And half a carrot. That is my salad. Oh, and I have snowbird, which is pine nuts to all you white people. You know who else uses pine nuts? Italian people. Put in more spinach. I want to listen to Tommy's because he's got familiar voices on, but he's not talking about anything that would interest me. And it's a drama break. Where's the fucking drama? Be careful what you wish for, Kathleen. You just might get it. If AC wanted to come up here, it would have been to get content. So maybe the AC show is going on tonight. Maybe Mr. P's show's going on tonight. Lately, I like the Mr. P show better. Although I woke up the other morning and Mrs. P was having a conversation. I need another cucumber in there. Mrs. P was having a conversation with Tig, aka Fuck Off Jamie. Now, Fuck Off Jamie, as I thought when I first met him, because he found the shit show through me. He met AC through me because he was on my panel first. And then he showed his ignorance about Israel. And we had a fight about it. And as one can see now, if you didn't know before, I cannot tolerate the lies that are said about Palestine and Palestinians. And there he was, chapter and verse, right from the propaganda book. And he would not listen. He thinks he's smart, and he's not. He parrots some really stupid shit, but he doesn't realize that he's doing it. The only thing I've seen him be an expert on is jail and drugs. That's what he seems to be the expert on. I would listen to him, even though I've seen him be challenged on some of his information and get a little bit lost because he realizes that he's in the wrong. But he's so arrogant that it's really hard to get him to even listen. So I was doing my yelling thing, and he was doing that thing where he tries to pretend that he's more rational because he's not yelling. Even though what he's saying is a pile of bullshit, but he tries to come off more intellectual because he's not yelling. And so we had a fight. But then he took that fight to the shit show and then married his fight with me with their bullshit about me. And then the rest is history. But he was a fun person to talk to before. Because on some point, on some level, he does have intelligence. And he is somebody to have a good conversation with, depending on the topic. And depending on how arrogant he feels that day, I guess. But now that I know that he's so mean to people, I forgot I have pine nuts out there. Now that I know he's so mean to people and tries to destroy his fellow human being constantly, I really don't have much respect for his point of view because it includes tearing people down. When he needed to build himself up to get over his alcoholism, or to get through his alcoholism, or whatever the fucking politically correct term is, he knows how important it is to not tear people apart, and still he does it anyway. That makes him not wise. And therefore, because of his ignorance about certain things that he has arrogance about thinking he knows, and because he's not wise enough to stop being part of the problem and start being part of the solution, I really don't have much respect for him at all, even though I have seen him do a couple kind things. And it was kind of underneath too, because, couldn't ruin his reputation. But I saw him doing something kind for somebody who they had been taken apart. He goes back and forth between a decent, critical thinking human being to being a fucking demon and ignorant at that. So I have no patience for him anymore. But there he was, having a civilized conversation with Mrs. P. I don't know. I mean, he's been running with AC quite closely for the last couple months. It was nice and quiet while he was busy working, but then idle hands. So he shows up. It was Ras Delusion first, and lately it's been Fuck Off Jamie, who shows up when AC shows up, which means to me that they're in a Discord somewhere saying, okay, let's show up here. So when Jamie's friends with somebody, I really can't take that, not friends, I mean friendly with somebody, I really can't take it seriously because I know that somewhere behind there, some fuck shit could pop out at any moment. So I don't know if it's a friend troll that he's doing with the peas, or if it's just a way of him wasting some time until some drama comes up so he can badmouth somebody. But Mrs. P was entertaining it, and I was like, ah, shit. She's falling for it. She's not perfect either. She sees through about 80-85% of the bullshit. But I think she just wants to get along with people, because she doesn't try to make problems with people. So maybe it's just she saw an opportunity to have a decent conversation and she took it. But I had woken up to this thinking, oh God, the world's still upside down. And it actually was a pretty good talk. I was going to take that stream apart if I didn't have anything else. Like right now, actually, but I'm too lazy. I'd have to go get it from my uploading. Then I'd have to put it back onto my computer. Mr. P does long streams, so I think the other day it was something like, I don't know, 5 gigs. Transfer that back on my computer is going to take a while. And slow down my computer. Okay, carrot, cucumber, spinach, pine nuts. I could put in my last 2 walnuts, but I'm not gonna. That's good enough. Down, eat my salad, and then I'll set up the next one. If I keep them under 6 hours, then that means if there's something I have to erase, I can do that without losing the whole stream. But if I go over 6 hours, they won't let me edit it, and then the stream goes down. And I don't think I've actually done anything in this 6 hours that goes against copyright or anything, but just in case. I got to get back into that practice. I did it for a little bit, but when you stream for like 48 hours, it just gets tedious. But it means I can use this StreamYard 4 times. 6, 6, and 6 is 18. That leaves 2 hours. But I can go for 12 hours if I wanted. Off that last 2. Technically, out of the 20 hours that you get on StreamYards, you could go 19 hours off of one or various streams for 19 and a half hours, 19 hours and 45 minutes, 19 hours and 59 minutes. Then start a new one with that last minute or that last 5 minutes. And then go another. Well, if it's YouTube, you're only going to go 12 hours or else you lose the stream. So I could technically get about 39 hours and 59 minutes out of one StreamYard. That's the way to maximize how many hours you can get out of one free StreamYard. That looks good and mixed. It's a lot of salad. I'm gonna have to have that later too. Okay. Starting to heat up in the oven. Move this. And I gotta move the phone too. See what's going on Tommy's. See if anybody else started up.
Only an ankle doctor, but we're gonna try him out on hard today, Benny, on you. What? So you're gonna in however many millions of people in New York City are gonna be the head policeman, the police commissioner has never fucking been a cop?
Anything like that's because you had a dickhead landlord. That's all. That ain't nothing to be ashamed about. I love how people try to point.
Why does he want to kick you out, Mike?
You see my whole fucking.
Wait, you said the joke so fucking fast, no one even caught it, not even myself. Can you repeat that?
Your buddy, fucking Tabar, he showed the video of me pulling my fucking shirt up on camera.
That was on,
Quick Tip Vic does not look like I expected him to
That
look.
was my panel. I did it on my own fucking panel.
Who's Tabar's your panel? Oh yeah, Joey clipped it. I remember.
What, waffles? So Tabar got you, Vic, to take your shirt off on live television.
No, he didn't get me to.
No, Vic
my
did it.
my
just
dumb
the-
ass was
they were
walking around
talking
without a shirt and he was saving that shit.
Oh, he had it. He had it.
Tabar fucking
filmed
it and shit. Like he films everything. He did it to Mike too. You got Mike P with no shirt on. Like who
Who do you guys think? Who do you guys think
does that?
Well, some people
almost.
What's wrong with taking your shirt
It's
off?
like, say Vinny or Tommy, you came up with no shirt on. I'm going to record it and put it on my channel. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
That's kind of fucking.
Tommy, it reminds me. You ever see the Seinfeld episode?
I guess it is.
The Seinfeld episode, Costanza, like he can't go take a shit without
without taking off his shirt.
He forgot to put his clothes back
I know
on.
everything about fucking Seinfeld.
Walks out of the bathroom. No shirt on.
I got Wrangler shorts.
He said Wrangler shorts.
But they were Tommy Hilfiger, motherfucker.
Wranglers.
Wrangler. I do got a pair of Wrangler jeans, though.
I'm not picky with jeans myself. I don't.
Nah, you just picky with your nose.
I got a fucking $800 pair of jeans. I didn't buy them.
800.
Fucking.
You were talking about.
And your brother? Give a shout out for me. When next time you see him. Tell him I said hi. Say asking for him and shit.
You're talking about Mr. P and Mr. P's
Yeah, Vic's
living
dad looks
arrangement.
younger than him.
I want to hear what Mr. P says
I'm
about
still
it.
stuck on the $800 jeans too. Like so
how
never.
I haven't heard Mr. P talk about it.
Look him up.
Can't even imitate them because my voice.
Is there like a
is
second-hand
so shot.
market for these type of jeans? Can I?
A couple Christmases ago.
Well,
I don't even wear them. It's too fucking
like.
It was like Christmas with Mick or something.
White
Tommy, we had last year's Super Bowl party, I think, man.
Yep.
Golden lights and shit.
I remember.
Yeah.
I've seen Vic House a couple times.
I'm interested in people's stories, but not when people are lying about other people's stories.
Did a walk around with King Troll once too when we were on King. They were going at him on King. He's like, "Cam up and show your shit."
This is great.
He's like, "Oh."
I think everybody that slept in a merch bed has had that happen.
You can feel the springs.
Feel the
in
springs,
the
right?
right?
To fucking put you back.
They still make them like that.
Do
still
they?
make those.
I didn't even know they
And they were, and if you were moving your friend,
fucking crane to lift that bit time.
so I remember somebody. I haven't seen them around though, but I always thought that one sock account that said the haunted ghost of Rudy's couch.
That
Now
probably was Thumper 88.
Now I understand whoever meant that.
There used to be a lot of me too.
Yeah.
Whoever that one was.
Yeah. I can't stand that.
Then I have pins and needles.
Real life.
I can't see what she's saying, but Samantha P's in the
I went
chat.
to bed early at night, but I caught I watched
She's
from
got
when
a
I
pinned
left,
comment.
and fucking maggot came up. That shit
far
was
away, I can't read
hilarious. What you were saying, damn. Yeah.
You were firing back the sarcasm.
Oh, do
You didn't
it.
know what
You're
to do.
just so.
He's smooth with it. Nah, that's not because you're misappropriating your funds or anything like that. Because you're.
Everybody's gonna spin that fucking different narrative.
You have your own life, dude. It doesn't. No, it
Just
doesn't
work.
matter because at the end of the day, you hit off. These people are nothing. You have your own life, dude. It doesn't matter.
Sometimes it sounds like
No,
Tommy's
it
trying to
doesn't
convince
matter.
himself.
That's what's so
It doesn't
fucking
matter.
hilarious about
You
it.
can say anything. It doesn't. Whatever you say, it won't.
Like say it all,
Exactly.
man.
There's only going to be a narrative that's been. It doesn't.
Why? What are they trying
I'm
to
done
spin
with
on you,
like
Mike?
fucking putting even.
Nothing. They try to say, whatever shit talk. Oh, you get evicted.
How did they
shit
even
talk.
find out you were getting evicted? Unless you told
They
them.
look him up.
No, they
They
fucking
go look
looked
him
it
up.
dude.
They just look you up, Vinny. Literally, just to look you up. Just
And
because.
they just happen to do that on the daily, and just all of a sudden, bingo! It just pops up.
Bro, ask them. I've never mentioned it. It wasn't obviously something.
I don't even know who did it.
public with.
You know what's funny, man? They'll look up Mike P, right?
Pulled it up.
But why didn't they look up fucking DJ Wright? Make that make sense.
Well,
Why
quick,
was
I
it
wouldn't
my
bring
job?
that up.
I don't know how to do that shit.
Eh.
Especially when you don't even know the motherfucker's name. All you know is DJ Race.
Shut up, quick.
You have to know a lot more than just.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that shit, Rudy. I don't do that.
I would have stopped
never
talking
looked
to him.
up. I have never looked up anybody.
I haven't either, but the minute the dude told me about it, you know what I would have did, man? I would have exited and I would have told all you about
Well,
it.
he
That's
left, Tommy. He left after he told me. And he was gone for a while.
I
don't know
wanted
if
to
he
hear
was
about
in jail
Mr.
or-
Mississippi's
I don't know
eviction
he
thing.
was
what happened to him, so I
was curious
forgot
where he
about him.
went. He was
Yeah,
all,
I didn't even know that he was.
I never even thought about him after he left.
I didn't know he
really
was a
didn't.
pedo though.
And it's funny because there's one stream right now that's on my channel that I didn't even realize that has DJ Wraith on the panel. And the channel was a restream of Larry Blaze's panel. We were on, I wasn't even doing live streams then. I wanted to put some content on my channel.
Oh,
We were
you
on
streamed
Larry's
to
panel,
your audience
and
or
I
something?
streamed it to my audience. So his panel is on my channel. So now people are pulling that shit up and trying to whatever.
I need
but
to go through and
I obviously
find out.
didn't know then either way
Take them
when I was on
down.
panel with him. So it is what it is. We know now, and I'll never.
You're giving
fucking talk to that
credence
scuzzball again.
Yeah.
to this
I
witch
don't
hunt.
think he'll ever come on YouTube again.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised, Vic. They don't stay offline.
By trying to defend themselves constantly. I can see once or twice, But the fact that Quick Vic just keeps on bringing this shit up, he should just let it go. He made his point. Let it go. Be confident in your choices. Let all the other virtue signalers drown in their own shit.
Just like number 88, yeah. He might not cam up, but yeah, he'll come back as another stock account or something. Dude, you have no idea. There's 115 people in here. God knows who's watching. You know what I'm saying? This is like worldwide here. Like, you know? That's why you can never put your
I gotta close this down and start a new one.
No, Bones, I'm not stupid, bro. I'm just not that interested like you. Sorry. I could give two fucks about any of these people on YouTube.
We all talked to Rafe back then. That's a fact. Don't worry about it.
Exactly,
We didn't know what it was.
I think I might have talked to him from maybe from when I was on Angel's channel, or not sure.
I always thought he was weird. Always.
Yeah, how emotional he. Remember how emotional he would get?
He was
Start crying and shit.
Yeah,
like literally crying.
He would cry at the panel. Yeah, that was weird.
Like Rudy does all the time.
Like Rudy does. Shut up. You're such an asshole.
What's wrong with crying, Vinny? I cried. I don't cry on YouTube, but I do cry.
Wrong.
It takes a big man to cry.
Wrong. Doesn't take a big man to cry. Everybody cries.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So a woman has to be a big man to cry.
She has to be a strong man to cry.
So a woman has to be a strong man to cry.
No, I said she's a strong.
So women don't cry.
Time is it anyway?
Women do cry.
So the only
I'm gonna
cry
end
is in
soon,
the world.
guys.
Big
Like
and
20
pussies
minutes.
cry too.
I'm gonna put up the 20-minute warning because I gotta go to bed.
So everybody
I
cries.
ran into a brick wall on that joke. Sorry, Rudy.
20-minute warning.
The only brick you do is in the toilet, dude.
Well, he didn't. Damn it, Diane. He didn't like the drama. Is what it was. I think that's why he left. I thought that's why he left. I thought Nunzio left.
Listen, Rudy, you're taking the Browns to the Super Bowl this year, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but that joke's so fucking old, dude. Come on.
That's what you're worth. That's what you're worth.
There's a joke called taking the Browns.
Okay.
I don't use my best material
Taking
on
the Browns to the
Super Bowl. C-level
That's
people.
old.
I'm sorry.
Old, dude.
I'm gonna close this one down, start a new
Or
one.
a D or an E. You know what I mean?
Old. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
Come
you
on.
have to be a frontliner,
Do better.
right? You're a frontliner, then you get respect. Other than that, no respect. I don't
You
respect
get no
Rudy.
respect, dude.
Respecting.
Oh, they like.
So if I call somebody a C level, what did you say? It was a C.
I don't know. It's off the fly, Mike.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Look for the next one. This one's closing down now.
Sounded good though, didn't it?
Thanks for being here.
Something about me not wasting my top 8 material on
Catch you on the
C-level
flip side.
guests.